took me 5 minutes to buy a fucking car. I bought a nice vehicle that has 300,000 miles on it for nothing. But it runs, and it's going to hold the cats, because that's what I got. I got 2 cats. So I'm going to jump in. Yo, I'm hearing myself shift. What's going on? So no, damn, I'm like doubling up here. I don't know what's going on. I'm still not sure. I do want to talk to Eric. But I don't know. I don't know. I bought a car, so I'm not going to be on the street with 2 cats. Oh my God, are we live?
Yeah.
Do you hear the double up?
No, I don't hear anything.
Cool. This is so much fun. I am having so much fun right now. I really needed to be here right now.
Suso, clearly you need to go talk to them.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm still trying to.
Yes, but time is your enemy. You realize the more time goes, it's just like boyfriend and girlfriend breakup. The more time goes by, the less odds they're ever going to get back together.
I don't care. You don't understand. I'm not sure I still want to be here, dude.
I just hear you say, like, you were like glad that you're here, and like 5 minutes ago you were all whining like, I can't go on tonight. I can't make it. I go on without me. Go on without me. Can't go.
It isn't about what you want. Always.
Yeah, it's about what I want, actually.
Well,
yeah,
it's about what's good for you.
Yeah, what's good for you, Suso?
I don't think that
and we'll tell you what's good for you, okay? As part of the cult.
Right.
Be careful, Dan. He'll be moving in your house.
No, he's already told me you want to come by and see me.
Okay, hey guys, listen, I don't know what this double up thing's going on. I do want to hear what Fizzy's talking about. And not just that. Now I got to listen to myself talk.
Yeah, well
try putting headphones in so you don't get the feedback loop.
I've never gotten the feedback in any dimension I've existed.
Why are you hearing yourself talk? Most of the time when I talk, I can hear myself too.
Totally. Why is this happening?
But I mean, it doesn't bother me that much. I mean, I'm kind of glad I can actually hear myself talk.
Well, you know what I discovered?
What's that?
I discovered there was something that I was completely wrong about. I had no idea, even at the age of 47. When I found out, I developed this newfound appreciation for my tight anus.
Where is he?
What?
I had no idea what what hemorrhoids was.
The fuck?
I had no idea what hemorrhoids was.
Oh.
I thought it was not what it is. I thought it was something either
what
viral
did you think
or
it was?
bacterial. I thought it was like viral or bacterial pimples.
I fell down in a burning ring of fire.
Totally like
burns. The ring
so
of
what
fire.
Is it?
Is this a natural distraction tactic, Dan?
Well, I mean,
I'm not listening. I'd rather burn in hell.
Oh, but look at Prince, though.
Yes, look at Prince.
He's such a cuddle bug. Hello, baby.
What's up, buddy? What's up, you giant ass cat? Dude, I swear to God, that is the biggest fucking cat. He's huge, dude. What a big boy. What a big boy.
Big boy.
Oh, he's getting sick.
He's a big boy.
Let me know when you guys are ready to go live.
What? We're not live yet? That would have been great.
Yeah, I know. No, you know.
Hey, we're not live. So listen,
What's up?
I don't know why this is going on, but I want to tell you guys what's going on.
Huh? What? Go ahead before we go live. Spew it now.
We're forever hold
I
your.
don't know.
I got choices here. Though.
I'm hearing all kinds of voices here, like doubles.
No.
and-
Okay. Well, it's cool, man. I mean, sometimes we all hear voices. It's fine.
See, I just got that. I heard we all hear voices. That's when I got that.
Yeah.
See,
Yes, sir.
why am I doubling up? Can you hear the double up?
No.
It's gotta be on your end.
Why don't you try it?
Put headphones in.
You have a YouTube tab open.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. You got the show open somewhere.
I do. Fuck
Who would
yeah,
have ever
that's
fucking
exactly-
thought?
Wow, dude.
After like 8 years of doing this
Dude,
shit,
I
who would have
know,
ever
like,
figured that the fuck
you
out?
fucking
Holy
noob.
shit.
God dang, dude. Holy-
Sorry,
thank-
man.
Seriously,
Noel.
we do this every week forever.
Shit.
Listen, I'm sorry. I'm like not in my
We're,
own.
degenerating here.
Oh my God.
I'm ready. I'm still wearing a Silver Dollar Saloon shirt. I want you to see that.
So tell us what happened with the whole thing, man.
Seriously?
No, I mean, like, what happened today? I know, like, you got yourself fired in the most ridiculous way
sleep
possible.
deprived. I was sleep deprived. I was working a
What
lot.
happened today? What
Nights and
happened?
days.
What happened when the
Today?
owner got your text? Because that's
About?
where I was yesterday.
No,
with you.
the last thing I sent him, hey, I got fired. And
Yeah.
that was it.
He didn't say nothing.
He's never gotten back.
He didn't even say nothing, dude. They were looking to
the
fire you, bro.
owner. They were the owner.
Dude,
never got back to me,
bro. You were marked for death, man. Like Steven Seagal, bro.
That's what I'm thinking, man.
Straight up, man. You were marked for death. They were looking for a reason to can your ass. They were just hoping, and then you gave it to them. You're like, hey, well, I feel like being fired tonight, and they're like, cool.
Fire me. Look, it was sarcastic. I have the text.
Yeah.
We can get unemployment, but I figure I can get a job quicker than I can get unemployment. I'm not even kidding.
You could stick them with unemployment for a while.
Well, I want the unemployment if I'm deserved it. I don't want anything that is, if I'm not.
I mean, you slaved away for them for 9 years. I think they owe you a couple checks.
9 fucking years, actually. So I feel bad because I want to talk to Eric. We have not spoken yet.
Yeah, that's weird. Why don't you call him?
Because I'm fucking trying to sleep and still trying to get my fucking head right. And
he may be half insulted that you would check out on him like that.
Yeah.
Wait. I checked out on them?
You're the one that started it, so yeah. He may be looking at it or feeling it that way. Yeah.
Well, I don't. We'll talk. Me and Eric will talk. It's not a big deal, but
sometime before later.
I think I'm staying, man.
I don't know.
There are things I will do here. I want to make the company good. I want to help the company. There's things I still want to do to.
Suso, stop taking things for granted. Like every couple hours or whatever, that you're not fixing the situation. You're still taking shit for granted.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
The longer you wait, the more you're fucking up. That's what I mean.
Really?
Yes, clearly.
Obviously, dude.
Time is your enemy, man. Right now, go talk to them. Somebody, just be like, it was a huge misunderstanding. I don't know what.
Call the owner and
be
be
like,
like,
my
dude.
sleep was all screwed up. My mind's messed up.
Yeah. I mean,
you
dude,
better go like a puppy with its tail.
I still need sleep, dude. Why? Why are you saying that? What makes you think I have it so amazing here?
Because you have a place to live and you get paid.
You get paid, and your rent's like $200 a month or whatever. So it's a pretty good gig for now. Not to say that I'm not saying to expand your horizons and always be looking for a better place to go.
No,
you can do that, but while you're employed, typically.
I am saying that. None of us are getting any younger. We're not freaking 20-year-olds running around being like, "Oh, I'm gonna go do whatever." No, Time's running short.
Well, I think it was a
Options are short,
misunderstanding,
let's-
but what I find really disturbing about all this is that the owner, who's known you now for 9 years, you've worked with this guy for 9 years. Why he would
7,
why he would just
9.
ghost
I've been
you?
here 9 years, but yeah.
Why would he ghost you? You know, why would he not reply back to your text?
Well,
He's got to know by
I mean,
now
to be
they
honest,
fired you.
It's not really him that's running the show. I mean, let's.
He's the owner, though, so ultimately he has a big
Eric
say.
is the one running the show, and Eric's the one I need to talk to. So.
Well, yeah, and Eric hasn't even reached out to you today.
No, I think he's actually giving me time to just be away, just to do my thing, and then come to him. That's how I feel. I don't know.
Okay, well,
I feel like he's doing.
I mean, you should at least clear it up with him
right.
if you want to. You know,
that's what's bothering me. I couldn't sleep, and then I couldn't sleep, and then I couldn't sleep because I'm not talking to Eric.
Now,
so it's even fucking.
Do I think that
I'm like, I just need to get some rest.
Yeah.
I still, dude. When did I talk to you about this? You're saying yesterday. I'm like,
yesterday.
Fucking last week.
Dude, it was yesterday, last night. So all I'm saying is, yeah,
No,
I mean,
I need
if you've got a better gig somewhere else, great.
No,
if you can, I mean, like we were talking about last night when you said, "Hey, man, maybe," you know, I told you it's like maybe the hot springs. You know, I mean, you can go up there and work. And they have places to stay up there, and it might be a change of scenery, be good for you. Maybe the environment would be better for you because that way you're not.
I was there today. That's why I'm kind of melted.
And if you find something new, it might be good to just
find something new, but I have it really good here.
But you just
and I enjoy making this place great, but at the same time, oh fuck, we're live.
What? Oh shit!
I was talking to you three,
bro. What the hell, man? I hadn't. Wow,
no,
we
are
live.
If we're live.
All right.
And
Sorry about that.
So.
Sucker.
All right, there's a proper intro for everybody.
Hey, party people.
What's up? We're here. Yeah. I had to. I was like, this is good shit. We're not gonna miss out on this. So hit the live button, walked away.
Go for it, man. Because I'm not sure. I'm still not sure what's going on. Okay, we're gonna be serious here. I'm still not sure what's going on, but I do want to talk to Eric. I mean, I think that's the big thing. Okay. Anyway, you know, Trump and Putin talked. we can go to that. I did be here. Oh my God, you're so. I'm coming down there in my new truck for my cats. Beth is going to hate you.
Oh my God. Yeah. Oh no, man. It's cool to see the Prince.
I got nothing. Oh, you want to see Prince? Oh, that would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Prince would be cool. Yeah, man. Just so everybody knows, so Suso basically had a rough night, hadn't gotten much sleep.
Rough night. We're talking
yeah, well, you know, the night you got fired. And then he basically just like texted the manager and said, you know what, just fire me. And they were like, okay, well, since you want to be fired, give us your keys. And that's how it went down.
Right.
Like that's what you told me. Like,
yes, so, and that's what happened.
Like this was the most goofy ass firing I've ever heard in my life. I mean, it was just so weird. Like, and I thought, well, okay, well, they must have been wanting either they just don't know how to fucking take a joke and don't know sarcasm.
wasn't even such a
Or
joke. It
It
was
was
to the manager, and it was sarcasm. And
it
it
was
was
sarcasm.
over text. How could they possibly know that?
I don't know, but the point is they know
and the
Suso.
manager, listen, I was on the clock for 10 minutes, and the manager came behind the bar and said, "If Eric wants you," Eric said, "If you want to be fired, you're fired." And I was like, "What am I going to do?" I mean, I could have had a whole
You
conversation
could
right
have said,
behind the
how-
bar, going, "Hey, I was just kidding. I mean, I don't really want to be fired. That was between you and me. I mean,
Jesus, dude.
it's a joke. I mean, come on."
Wow. It sounds like everybody was having a really pissy day. I don't know. It's
That's
weird.
what I'm thinking. I caught her on a bad day.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking these people have worked with you for long enough. They kind of
I don't
know.
even
I'm
think
sure
Eric-
every employee that's worked at that place for any length of time has probably said at some point under their breath, "I hate this place. I wish I'd, fuck it. Like, screw this job, whatever." They've had their reservations about it, right?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is,
there's only 3 of
in
us
9
the last
years,
9 years that have.
here's what I
taken-
don't get. Okay, here's what I don't get. You got a place that you're running. Okay, you got an employee that is going to be there and take care of things for the most part, and you can trust him. All right, for 9 years, you got this employee. Now, in that
Besides
tenure, hang on, in that tenure, there has been probably about 100 other employees that have come and gone that didn't work out for various reasons. Why in the hell would you want to fire the guy who's like you can kind of lean on and trust? You know what I mean? It makes no fucking
I
sense.
actually think he was like, "Look, guy needs a break." He's been telling me I need a break. He's been telling me, go back east for a week or whatever, and I'm like,
Well-
that's to me, that's not a vacation.
Well, that's fine if that's what he's doing. That's great and that's really cool.
And I really,
But I think I
feel
would
that way.
kind of, I'd kind of almost hope that he'd like at least let you in on it. Like, hey man, I'm just giving you some time off. We're not really firing you. Like, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. It's weird.
Dude,
This is weird. I don't think that place has a lot of, a lot to pick from up there with personnel. I don't think that I would just.
There's nobody up here, and
I would just be so willing to just let go of an employee that I know I could kind of lean on for 9 years. It sounds a little stupid. And if I see that my man is a little bit tired because he's working a different shift now and he hasn't gotten much sleep, then
I told him not to put me on nights.
here's a guy that I can trust to be around a lot of things, the alcohol, the money, all kinds of things that people typically might dip into that this person doesn't, that's honest. And so when you're running an establishment like that, you can't have you don't. I'm just saying, like, you could be robbing that place blind or something. You could be doing a lot of terrible things.
Actually, could.
But I
won't.
know, and I'm sure people have. I don't
won't.
understand why anybody in their right
most
mind.
of the time they get caught.
Right. Well,
and that's not why I won't. But I'm just
I'm
the one that catches.
It doesn't
them.
make sense, dude. As a business owner, if I was an owner and I had an employee that was, I just feel like I'd treat them a little bit better, and I would be a little bit more sympathetic to their needs when it came to them overworking themselves. So I feel like it's bullshit. So my thought is, what I feel like is either they hopefully are giving you a break, or two, maybe they did want to fire you for whatever various reasons. I don't know. I don't know the whole story. So
I don't think
I don't
so.
know.
I mean,
Or maybe they think he wants to leave, but he won't quit, so they gave him the opportunity to get fired. If you want to get fired, and you're fired, then that's exactly what was said, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but it was a
So
joke.
maybe they assume that you want to go and you just don't want to
I was
drop
so
off on
sleep
them.
deprived. That's why I put that out there to her,
Yeah.
and I thought, she's
Sure.
gonna think that's funny. She's gonna get it.
Oh yeah, she got the joke real good. Yeah. She totally got the joke. Give me your keys.
And I gave everything. I just dropped all the keys and walked because I was so sleep deprived. I wasn't thinking properly, man. I wasn't in my right state of mind. And
Well,
I'm not.
then when you drop the
I'm telling you
keys,
right now,
my
I'm like,
question to you is,
I don't know what to think right now. I don't.
when those keys
Is
hit
that
the
a hand
counter,
signal? Is that
when
one of
those
those
keys hit the
symbols?
counter, do you feel like you made the right decision?
What?
When the keys hit the counter, okay, and you drop
I
the
dropped them
key,
in her hand, but I
whatever.
really thought
The
she
point is,
was a little bit
at that moment,
abrasive. I'm just saying.
okay, fine. Sounds like she was being a biatch.
Well, no, but and I love the girl. That's why I don't understand. I'm like,
well, I don't know why people treat somebody like that. That don't make no sense.
Wait. She already gave her notice. She's leaving in 2 months.
Well, who gives a fuck? The point is, why would anybody treat somebody like that?
Me, so I'm like,
that's
why?
crazy.
I'm like, that could have.
I don't understand. How long have you worked with this girl? How long have you worked with her?
9 years. 9 years.
Why in the hell would somebody treat? I don't know. So my point is, either they want to get rid of you, maybe they do. Maybe this is all misunderstanding. Maybe. My point is, though, when you laid those keys down or gave them to her, at that moment, what did you feel? Did you feel freedom? Did you feel a sense of
That's so funny.
relief?
You fucking said freedom. Yes, relief and freedom.
Then maybe it is time to go.
Freedom.
Yeah, but who doesn't when they don't have to work?
No,
come on, now.
Because dude, you just got fired.
No,
so
and I was
technically,
like, "Fuck it, bye."
Dude. You feel that whenever
walked away from
you feel that when you call in sick. When you call in sick to your boss and you're like, "Yeah, I got a free day."
In sick. That's all I should have done.
Well,
just say, "Hey, I'm calling in sick today. I'm not coming in." That would have been the end of it. That would have been it. I'd still have a job.
Here, this will get your mind off of it. Franken bunny.
I got so many things that I took off of my computer.
You know, bunnies are growing spikes out of their faces because they got something. What the hell?
Some of them described them as almost being tentacles.
Oh God!
It's some weird organism. It's so sad. That must hurt the poor little guy.
Poor little buns.
Can they remove it?
Oh, I don't think you want to touch it. No, I don't know. Probably. I don't know, Fizzy. That's weird. Never.
Horrible.
Horrible, man. Yeah.
Poor baby.
Yeah.
I love this guy. I don't know what's with his tongue. His tongue always out.
Literally.
That's funny.
You know, brain damaged things hang their tongue out, right? Like,
maybe he has something.
Oh, really?
Like that. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Remember a while ago, I was telling you guys I keep seeing cats with Down syndrome and cats with other disabilities that I didn't think cats could get. Or he could be missing his top. I saw another cat like this that was missing the top part of their palate, so the tongue didn't sit right inside.
You got to see this guy. He's awesome. Can you hear sound?
No.
No? Okay, hold on. Sure.
Okie Mouse says rabbits have been getting that disease forever.
Really?
Oh no.
Oh, I
but
didn't know.
they gotta put them down so it don't spread. That's the sad part.
All right, here we go. So he is dirty. Look how dirty that dog is. Filthy. He got into the mud.
Mm-hmm.
But watch what he does this for a reason, this little shitter. Watch him.
He likes baths?
He loves baths.
Oh.
Watch.
Oh my gosh, he loves it.
It's so cute.
So he gets all gross on purpose to be pampered.
Yes, he totally does.
That's so cute.
Look at him. You do the TVs.
Seriously?
Yeah.
He's letting her brush.
Look at this shit. Cutting the paw hairs.
His face.
Dog loves the pampering. Oh,
Mhm.
got the
Massage.
yeah. Had the nose wax.
And
Look
the
at that
palm.
paw wax. Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah, got the shine for the coat. There you go.
He is loving
Oh,
that. Good boys.
look at him. Look at him. Back in the hole.
That's a really cute
Little brat.
dog.
Yeah, that was cute. Let's see here.
Puggy would do that when I would bathe him. He'd lift his head up and she could get and rub under the neck and all that. He loved baths too.
So Jasmine Crockett, the ghetto congresswoman from Texas, somebody called it out because they said that apparently she grew up in a very affluent neighborhood in Missouri, went to private school, rich, had money, and so anyway, she's well educated, and so she's always like, yeah, so somebody called out, man, people got pissed.
I used to stay at my granny's house. She was one of my favorite people in the entire world.
Jasmine, the people of Dallas deserve better than a fake ghetto hood rat.
You need to leave.
You need to leave.
They know you're a rich kid from Missouri. They know you're a spoiled rich kid from Missouri.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, she
Karen over there.
She used to speak a lot differently.
Do your people know you're a spoiled rich kid from Missouri? Get it! Get it! Get it! Fuck you! Fuck you! Get off me! Get off me! Get off me! Get off me! Get the fuck off! All right, let's go.
I didn't realize she was a Texas person.
Yeah.
For some reason, I
Dude,
just
she's in the
assumed she
district
was.
I grew up in.
For some
She's
reason,
in
I
my-
just
she-
assumed she was from New York. I don't know
Is
why.
she's my congresswoman from the house I grew up in as a kid, like over in that area, South Dallas. For real. That's Crockett is my congress lady, but she didn't live there. She lives in some other area, but nonetheless.
And she probably lives in the fanciest part.
Of course she does.
Got the fancy house.
Yeah,
see.
they all do. But yeah. So that was kind of funny. Let's see here. What else do I have? Sure.
Can I show you my bandana mom?
Yeah. One second. All right,
Let me look him
All right.
up. Mainland Sir. Just a second. I probably should have pulled it up before I said anything. Okay. I got it.
Good.
Smack it.
All right. The hell is that?
A mainland Sero goat-like mammal. It's kind of like a
wow.
goat and a deer together.
Uh-huh. Where is that? Where are one of those things? Are they in North America?
Asia.
Oh.
See, some of them look normal, but then some of them have manes.
Oh, that looks like the devil right there.
That looks like
That was like
combination.
straight up Baphomet. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, right? So I guess there
Oh.
must be different kinds because some of them have manes.
Oh,
A
man.
medium-sized goat antelope-like, so it is part deer.
Goatalope.
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 That's not him. Yeah, I don't remember if I covered this guy or not, but The shape of his body is strange. Doesn't that look like prehistoric, kind of not evolved thing? Doesn't it?
It's kind of weird, yeah.
Something
Why is it so? Why is it so humpy, like that over and weird?
I don't know, man. It has a strange shape but a lot of animals have some weird shapes nowadays.
Yeah.
Gosh, I remember back in the day when you just had like horses and zebras and antelopes.
And now you
Just
got
one kind.
animals that
Now you
are
got all
mixed
these
together.
crazy, yeah, like there's so many new animals I've never seen.
Mo- mo-
I don't know what was the point of watching Animal Planet and stuff and
Yeah,
all those
they
animal
should
shows.
show you the.
Remember Jacques Cousteau, everybody?
So
Remember that?
look at this guy. He's got like
Cousteau.
a mane like a horse
Oh,
almost.
yeah. Well,
Cousteau.
did
Didn't he go
Jacques
under-
Cousteau ever find a narwhal? No, he didn't.
Wait. Didn't he go underground or underwater or something, and something came up? That was a big conspiracy.
What?
I think. Yeah,
No.
yeah. No, I saw that this week. I'll find it.
He went under.
He went under like Lake Tahoe.
Look at that haircut, Dan.
Really? Huh. Wow, that is a trippy looking animal. Okay.
So not only is it a goat and a thing, but it's got horse manes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and there's a Japanese version that, of course, is more snuggable and fluffy.
Of course they are.
Look at that face.
Looks like my granddad.
He does look like an old man.
Oh no.
No, it's just something I came across this week that screamed.
I feel like he should be reading a book.
Like the shape of the body, the horse's mane, the goat.
Looks like there's something sticking out of his back right there. It's weird. Looks like he's got like a unicorn out of his back.
That's the fence, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm just saying the way the picture
Yeah, so it's a weird picture.
It's like he could joust you.
This one looks kind of evil, actually.
Yeah, I know. Don't trust it.
I don't trust it either.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know about this?
Well,
the Jacques Cousteau thing?
No.
Where he went under Lake Tahoe and came across. Here, I'm gonna.
No, Jacques Cousteau was into conspiracies, and Jacques Cousteau was into sea lions and shit. That's what I remember. He didn't like find anything crazy like that.
Well, he did, and then that was it. I mean, that's what I got up now. But all
right, let me see clips or does it?
What?
Clips.
I got it up.
Yep.
I got the main one up. It's 2 minutes.
Did you know there's an underground mine beneath the Great Lakes?
In the 1980s, famous French explorer, diver, and naval officer Jacques Cousteau explored the depths of Lake Tahoe, where he discovered well-preserved bodies in the thousands, lake monsters, and caverns connecting Lake Tahoe with surrounding bodies of water. After emerging from the lake, he said his famous words, "The world is not ready for what I've seen." Unfortunately, the story was never confirmed.
I don't remember any of this.
I don't
the climate
either.
and physical conditions of the lake are
And I
optimal
saw
for such events to happen.
this week, and I was like, damn.
All right, that's crazy.
Thousands of feet below the surface, there is said to be underground caverns connecting Lake Tahoe and other bodies of water, specifically Pyramid Lake, which is 71 miles away. There have been various tests conducted by researchers and explorers who leave items in one lake and find it weeks or months later in the other. On July 10, 1994, Donald Windecker and his diving partner dove the depths of Lake Tahoe. Moments later, Windecker was running low on oxygen and drowned in the lake. Because of the depth of their dive and the lack of light, his partner was unable to get a visual and recover him. Rescue divers attempted to locate the body, but gave up the search after a month. 17 years later, in 2011, Reno officers recovered Donald's body in Pyramid Lake. They believe the temperature of the water, which stays below 39 degrees Fahrenheit, kept his body preserved long enough to be able to identify him 17 years later. Today, there are approximately 200 or more perfectly preserved bodies still in the lake, from gamblers who lost their life from the mafia, Chinese railroad workers, and people who have gone missing. There are generations of people, some 200 or more years old, still undiscovered and still floating beneath this lake.
But still, I mean,
Due to its
Jacques
temperature and
Cousteau
depth,
found this.
no one has been able to safely attempt to recover the bodies, but they emerge ever so often.
I get misquoted all the time, and people kind of jump to things. One of the things right now that's like going around the internet is that, and in fact, the articles from Esquire and all these come from an interview where I was asked point blank, do I believe that giants once existed, connecting Nephilim and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, as a Christian who's read the Bible, who knows the story of David and Goliath, who knows the story of the book of Exodus, where they encountered what is described as giants, I had to say, yes, I do believe that was probably the case because I believe the Bible. Now, and so, you know, the internet just kind of goes on a tirade about things like that. That being said, going back to this topic, when I was sitting there with Eric Davis, who is a Pentagon scientist, you know, worked with the CIA, and he's saying these things, he has to understand the level of credibility that he brings to this topic and seriousness. And the question at hand is it true? If it's true, it's shocking. And then if it's not true, that's also shocking, because if it's not true, then the question is, why are we receiving a disinformation campaign from people that are former military, government employees, former members of the intelligence community that are repeating the same narrative? And if it's not true, then we have to ask the question, why are we allowing our government to lie to us?
Right. Yeah. And we're paying for it if that's the case.
Yes.
Well, we know from Richard Dolan, we know the campaigns back in the day to make all of us look nutty by talking about UFOs and calling us conspiracy nuts and everything else. So I wouldn't put it past them. But at this level, with these insiders and these, these individuals who've lost everything and had their lives destroyed by coming forward and telling the truth about it, it just doesn't add up to me. It just doesn't add up to me. It doesn't pass the smell test at all. And by the way, also that Earth, that you and I are it, like this is it. Like I just don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. We are the highest level of civilization, and I just don't buy that at all. Congressman, great to see you. Oh, and by the way, I should mention, Congressman, that I'm definitely in the camp that believes in giants. In fact, Timothy Alberino, who's a great researcher and who's written books on this, Christian writer, he's going to be in our studio in a few weeks, and we're going to do a deep dive on all of his archaeology on the giants, the corpses, and the skeletons that they found. So this is a safe space, Congressman.
Okay, good.
This is a safe space.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm a very close personal friend now of Timothy Alberino, and it's happened because of this topic. The two of us have become acquainted over the last 3 years since the Grush hearing, and so I think that as a Christian, he has really kind of pulled together a lot of things related to ancient civilization and the Bible, and kind of it gives a different perspective on this topic, on the UAP topic.
Worlds colliding. In fact, yeah, that's incredible. So you probably know a lot more about his positions on this than even I do. So, Congressman, great to see you. Thank you so much for this, and please don't be a stranger. I mean, as these committee hearings go on, and more revelations are brought to the table, please bring them to our show, and we'll share them with the world. And all the naysayers out there will have to eat crow. Looking forward to that.
Anytime you want me to come on, I'll be on.
Thanks so much, Congressman. Have a great rest of your summer. We appreciate it.
In his backyard, he said he could feel it vibrate.
I have no idea what's going on, but listen to this. There's something under the ground.
He did a few videos on it. He even dug all over his backyard. He found nothing.
Look here, and we've hit rock, but listen to this.
And then on July 19th, this guy over here, Zach Grimm, starts hearing very similar sounds and vibrations in his backyard, but this time pretty close to Yellowstone Park. Things were so intense that you could actually see the ground shaking. So this is really weird, and he's got these bunch of videos, this mysterious and bizarre phenomenon happening all over Yellowstone Park. We're going to be taking a look at them in just a few minutes, but I start digging around, and I find out that things are way stranger than I initially thought. The earthquake in Russia that just happened a few days ago.
Overnight, a massive earthquake off the coast of Russia, triggering tsunami warnings across the Pacific Rim.
Господи, боже мой!
Those are tsunami waves. Look at that. Wow.
The ocean tide reversal that's happening for the first time.
Hey, so just in case nobody told you, there apparently has been a significant reversal in ocean current in the southern hemisphere of this planet. The implications are absolutely terrifying.
The possible alien threat.
Mira otro, Cari.
Estoy viendo. ¿Qué cojones es eso?
¿Verdad?
Mira, 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 mira. Nos están invadiendo extraterrestres. Díquela, díquela.
Do you hear about that object that's hurtling towards Earth at like 130,000 miles an hour?
No, that might solve all our problems.
This guy, Avi Loeb, he's a professor at Harvard.
Professor Avi Loeb and his team say the interstellar object is on an extremely unusual course.
There's a theory all of these things are possibly connected. Digging deeper into this rabbit hole, I found out there's something possibly massive going on under the Earth and in space. So let's start with the basic, and that would be Zach's videos. And on July 16th, something weird happened in Yellowstone Park. We're going to get to that in a few minutes. Then on July 19th, Zach uploaded this video. Pretty weird, isn't it? Next day, he uploads another video. I mean, the impression I get from this video is that the ground is shaking, and maybe it is, but why?
Dude, there's no way that's legit.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It's impossible. How can you make a bottle move like that from ground moving generally for miles long? It's
Things were actually
impossible.
pretty intense. It was like Zach was recording the ground.
Do you know what I mean?
Open.
A lot of people have
right in
been
front of his
recording this,
house.
though. These sounds underneath the ground is strange.
But even this is impossible. How can you have that in one localized little spot right below dude's feet?
Well, have you not seen the... Hold on, Noble. I mean, they had that one where they were walking out and they had a whole section of Earth like moving because there was water underneath it.
Right.
And it was like, it was almost like gelatin. Have you never seen those?
I'm talking about these videos.
Yeah, I know.
How can you have the ground under your feet in that like little square foot of space move that much?
Well, I'm saying it's
when this is like
we don't know how
underground
long it's
thing.
moving.
It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. That's not the way. It doesn't work like that, right?
Well,
like, think about it when you have waves of movement.
If you have,
there's no way that you're popping grasses around and shit on the feet below you. Like that's weird. It's impossible.
I've seen a lot of, unfortunately, I've seen a lot of strange, stuff that has occurred, like where people experience vibrations like this. Now, I don't know if it's real or not, man. I can't tell you for sure, but I have seen a lot of videos that popped up lately on the internet in the last year showing that some kind of strange shit going underneath the ground, sounds.
There's definitely been noises underground for a long time in the U.S., especially.
Yeah.
Probably digging tunnels.
One would think. Another thought I had too was that maybe something's heating up the water table. Maybe it's underground, magma or whatever, heating up the water that's under the ground, and it's like a steam is being released somehow or something like that.
Popping little bubbles, like
like boiling water in a sense. You're boiling water, like imagine if you had you ever have a lid on a pan before and it boils and the lid will vibrate, it's kind of how I'm thinking like this is occurring. But of course, this is just a theory. I don't know.
Right. But It would be one, but it's how localized it is to that spot in order to get a bottle or some grass to move.
Well, I mean,
like when you're talking to things
we
hundreds
don't
of
know.
thousands of feet one way and miles another or not, whatever.
Again,
like you're not going to have little movements in front of you. That's a high frequency, the size of it, right? Like it just doesn't work like that.
Well,
do you know what I mean?
A lot. Yeah, I know.
Little
man,
things
but-
moving's high frequency. Ground moving, that's like extremely low hertz. Like you're talking, you know, a few
Okay.
hertz, not freaking
Oh.
beep, pop, pop, pop. Look at this little pop. And like, what? There's a guy dude with a hammer under there or something. Of course, I'm joking, but
I
they
don't
did
know.
so. I think they fudged it. I'm not sure how.
Maybe. I mean, like, again, you know, it's all the internet. You got to take it with a grain of salt. But go ahead, Susa. What are we listening to here?
I'm trying.
Times worse than 2011.
So back in March this year, All-Star Steven posted this video explaining how Ryo Tatsuki predicted this earthquake before. But apparently she wasn't the only one. And people who predicted this earthquake talked about other things, not just earthquakes.
Get different channel lineups for every TV lover in your household in one place.
There it is again. UFO.
That's fucking crazy, dude. That one right there, where it looks like there's something standing there looking at people. Man, that was nuts. Wow.
Several people supposedly predicted the earthquake, but in some of these predictions, things got pretty weird. Like this post made to Reddit 23 hours ago. Dave Dude says, okay, this guy caught my attention. So he's talking about Colin Vickers, who wrote, guys, I can give you a message directly from our observers. They are coming back. And then he goes on to explain why the alien observers are coming back. He says it's got something to do with control and greed. And he explains how we will see the start of this process from now on. Then he leaves another comment. And he says, watch for a major EQ in Japan. This will be the first sign. A few hours later, I guess 1 day later, it happened. The EQ very close to Japan happened. So it was predicted by several people, and this guy, Colin Vickers, is talking about an alien observer or alien observers that are supposedly coming back. And it sounds complete rubbish, right?
Do you hear about that? An object that's hurtling towards Earth at like 130,000 miles an hour?
No, that might solve all our problems.
What?
Intergalactic object that's hurt. This guy, Avi Loeb, he's a professor at Harvard that believes it might be an alien probe.
Wait, we had Oumuamua, now we have 31 Atlas. What's going on here? Let's take a look at this. There's going to be a change. I know the aliens are coming. What?
Looking at a really, really big move, you know. I want to really take over Disney. You feel me? I want us because I know there's going to be a shift. I know there's going to be a change. I know the aliens coming.
What?
You know, it's really difficult even to see a spacecraft that is tens of kilometers in size. It's impossible to see it when it's at a distance larger than
Okay, so this is A.V. Loeb.
separation. It doesn't reflect much sunlight.
Professor, we have about a minute left. I wanted to ask you real quick if you could maybe offer a recommendation. If we see this object, we're getting closer to it, what should be the first communications that human beings should have with this object if it is another intelligence?
What?
You know, my recommendation to people who go on a blind date is first you need to listen. Don't speak. Just listen to the other side.
Look at them titties. Come on.
And that's the approach we should take.
So I'm not sure if I buy into the alien objects coming to Earth. It could be a preparation for a fake alien invasion like some believe, but it could also be the real deal, and maybe explains why we're seeing so many of these objects on Earth already.
Can't say jokes.
So searching for UFO sightings the same week of the vibrations and tremors, I found this. Coming in from Dees226.2, and he basically created this account just to upload this video, so I'm guessing this is possibly the real deal. Look at that.
That's pretty
What's
wild.
that, a balloon maybe?
Is that real? I mean, that's pretty. That's real.
What is
Then there's
that? That looks
videos
like
like
a
this
person.
one's 4 days.
Right?
Mm, person sitting up in the clouds. Look at that.
That's R2D2.
Maybe it's just the white thing that makes it feel like it has a face. I don't know. It's kind of creepy.
I don't know if it's a person anymore, but yeah.
Well, yeah.
Dude, I don't know what the hell. Hey, dude, I saw this the other day, and I literally stopped and stopped it on my TV screen, and I was like, "Hold on, what the fuck?" And I'm looking at this thing, trying to figure it out. Man, it looks like I thought it would look like a person too, but I mean, obviously, dude,
Looks like a person wearing a puffer jacket to me.
You know what's weird too is eventually it just kind of drops down below the clouds. That's kind of odd. But what the hell could something like that be? It's got to be huge, whatever it is, right? I don't know.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law
Yeah.
saw a huge triangle UFO over their house. I'll have to get him to
When?
report. This was a long time ago.
Oh, we need new
What?
triangle.
But he described it perfectly, and then he looked online to see if anyone else has seen something similar, and everyone sees these big black triangles. He said it cast a shadow over their whole house, and his
Jesus.
son got scared and ran inside. And I'm gonna have to get him to record what he saw, like tell us.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
like ask him.
This is not AI. In case anybody's wondering.
It's so funny that she said
Yep,
that.
doesn't look
I
like it.
feel like that's what you need to say.
Sure you do.
This is not AI. This is real. I feel like you need to.
It looks like there's something massive behind that cloud. Then on July 7th in Spain, this is in Barcelona, people saw multiple objects. Check this out.
Mira otro, Dari. Estoy viendo. ¿Qué cojones es eso?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a plane.
¿Pero y qué son esas cosas?
Look at that. There's a trail.
¿Pero qué es? ¿Pero no son aviones?
So the weird part is that, okay. Oh, there's more.
Nos están invadiendo extraterrestres. Díquela, díquela.
Why? Okay, those are not drones.
Creo que salen de la playa, ¿eh? Mira, mira, mira.
Okay, he's saying they're leaving the ocean. Huh.
Que no, Cari, que de allí, ¿qué vas a ver?
So it's still happening.
Señores, esto es increíble.
So these, look at that one. That one just disappeared. Look at that. Yeah.
Pero estos no son aviones. Ni de chimbo.
This is pretty similar to what we were seeing back in January, December, and November with the orbs and drones. So it's basically happening again, and it started happening more and more this month.
¿De qué son?
Hey, Ciso.
No.
I got something. 1 second. Let me jump in
All right,
here and
dude.
show this. All right. 1 second. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. This is crazy. Look at this electrical storm in, I think it was called Nebraska. Here it goes.
Nebraska. So unfortunately, I was just checking on the power outage situation. We're talking about
What in the hell, dude?
1,000 customers that are all of a sudden
What in the hell?
I'm not seeing that here. You're not seeing that there.
So yeah, lightning is just one.
I've seen them pretty bad, but never like
weather
this.
is, you can see.
Man, this is Job 2:30 and Acts 2:19 through 20. What God said before his return, he would show wonders in heaven and on earth, blood, fire, and billows of smoke. And this is exactly what we're seeing in France due to the wildfire. Man, it don't get no simpler than this. Jesus is coming. Prophetic signs are moving, but yet and still, many of you refuse to get on the ark. Not me and mine, though. I'm out. That's all I want.
All right, I just wanted to share that. Thought that was crazy. All right, hold on. Let me remove mine. There you go. All right, you're back up.
Really? Oh,
Yep.
geez. I don't even know what's going on.
I want to see some UFOs.
Okay, so there's more.
There's more.
And they're coming from the ocean. Let's see what else we can find. So, month of June, there was a huge sighting in Poland during a lightning storm. Let's take a look at this.
Can we just see this? Not that.
Wow. What kind of games are available nowadays? Oh my
Those
God.
mobile ads are
I'm
getting
so close
wild.
to buying those. Oh my God. I got nothing.
So, those are not birds. Definitely not a plane.
It's not a bird. It's not a plane. It's Superman.
It's Superman.
Wow.
Frank.
Oh.
Come on. Be cool. Be cool.
On July 19th, just a couple of weeks ago, in Minneapolis, we had a massive sighting, very similar to the one in Spain. Check this out. Yeah, it's pretty similar to the one in Spain. Yep. So this Colin Vickers guy, he talks about the earthquake and it happens the next day. He talks about aliens coming back, and now Avi Loeb is saying that they're coming back. And then he talks about a pole shift, but the poles aren't shifting, are they?
The poles are shifting and the ocean is literally starting to reverse. That might sound crazy, but it's happening. This is a once in a several thousand year event, and it's unfolding in our lifetime.
Okay, so the poles are shifting. What else is happening?
Hey, so just in case nobody told you, there apparently has been a significant reversal in ocean current in the southern hemisphere of this planet. The implications are absolutely terrifying. And if you are a person who trusts scientists, which I'm one of those people, I do trust science and I do trust the information given. Especially because it's not received the actual news coverage it should have. And it won't, I'm sure.
Wait a minute, so the ocean tides in the southern hemisphere are reversing and this could cause a climate shift? What?
No, we said currents, not tides.
So I found this article over here. Southern ocean current reverses for the first time, signaling risk of climate system collapse. Also found the same thing posted to Reddit. However, on Reddit, people went deeper and they found out that this article was either translated poorly or it's not been submitted for peer review, which means that this is possibly not yet 100% official, which is good. So there's a bunch of coincidences when it comes to the vibrations that are happening in the United States, pointing directly towards the earthquake that was predicted by a Japanese woman in 2011. And then you got this object, 31 Atlas. Some researchers think it's an alien object. And you got the alien drones and orbs that have been flying all over the planet since November. It seems that there's something going on, no one knows what it is. I'll be on the lookout for any news or updates on this situation, but I want to know what you think. Are we being prepared for a fake alien invasion? Are these events possibly correlated? Or is this all just a coincidence and pretty much far-fetched? What's your take? Leave a comment. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel with notifications on and
I got my
smash that like
comment.
button. I'll see you guys
I
tomorrow.
got my comment. You know, the whole thing is we're living in a simulation, and this whole thing is to make us. I don't know. I do know, but I don't know. Where am I at here? Can I do this guy? Can I bring this up?
I'm Dr. Gregory Rogers. We have already entered a time of revelation, for there's no lack of evidence about whether UAPs are real. We know they are real. What is left for us to decide is what we are going to do as humans, Americans, and just the people of this planet. What are we going to do about this? Are we going to hide our heads in the sand and pretend it's not there? Are we going to listen to government officials who keep repeating to us that there is nothing to see here? I am a member of the board of directors of the International UFO Bureau, and as such, I have learned that we need to act, but we must act responsibly and in an effective manner. I have been pleased over the last 3 months to be interviewed by a great number of podcasters who are seeking the truth about what I have previously seen and about the world in general in relation to the UAPs that are visiting our planet. Now then, we can tell the truth and see what we can do to progress our society in relationship to the UAPs.
Suso.
Or we can just continue to act as
Suso.
we have been.
What the hell is this guy rambling on about? What is he, part of Space Force? What? Give us some detail on the boomer before you
I
start.
have no idea what the guy's doing. I just thought.
Also, too, dude, you got to, when you're playing stuff, you got to make sure you check the volume because he is so low. It's hard to hear him.
Yeah, he was kind of low.
Yeah, check the volume.
Sure. How about that, yo?
All right. Let's move on. I can't handle boomer.
Aren't you
what the
boomer?
hell was that? Is something
Dan,
just
you're a boomer.
explode? Hey, no, I'm not. Easy there. Gen X all the way, not a boomer. What the hell?
I still want to hear the guy, but
Well, he is honestly.
That's wild, right? And like to me, we were like, "Oh, it's a pulsar." And I'm
but-
like, I can see that, but like, would we see the celestial bodies that clearly? Like,
That
I
was
don't
a
know.
portal,
It wasn't
dude.
a rocket launch. That's been ruled out, and they weren't on that.
That looks like one of those rocket launches where the shit comes out of the middle of it or whatever, supposedly.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I want to hear what the other guy.
Play
has
that.
to say,
Can you go back to that? Oh my
I
god,
can.
dude. Can you buy dude, I'll pay for it.
Dude,
Fuck.
I don't have a job.
Dude, we got to figure this out for you, man.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Where do you want me to go?
I don't know. I just wanted to see the whole thing in its entirety.
The thing we got up now?
Yeah, dude. The exploding anus. That's crazy looking, man.
That can give you hemorrhoids.
Oh, for sure, bro.
I've heard that's one reason.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm freaking out about this one, but it looks so freaking cool. And I'm just showing you these two clips because not everyone agreed to share their clips, and that's 100% respectable. But I encourage you to go onto TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook groups. These things are all over because this was a mass sighting seen by a lot of people, and there are tons of videos out there.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up.
Because a lot of comments are using that term, so you can actually find it using that keyword. But definitely look this up and check out the other clips.
I'm on X right now.
That one blows my mind.
I would never. I mean,
Next
God,
UFO
I'm
posted by
pissed that I'm
Think
still on
Tank.
Facebook.
They have this clip where someone was recording through their telescope. They were just moon watching. A lot of people do this. You also get a telescope and do it. It's really fun. You can see cool, interesting
really?
things.
It's still going
This
on?
person happened to catch a UFO. Now,
This ain't real. No way.
Wow, ¿qué es eso? ¿Qué es eso?
Oh, what's he saying? Oh, okay. Got a little object there by the moon.
Vean lo que ándele, ¿qué es eso? Ya cambió de forma. Wow.
I feel like I know that language. What is it?
Japanese.
No, that was more Mexican, yeah?
Wow.
No.
Kese. Yeah, come on.
It's definitely Asian. I think it's Chinese. And I think he's looking at a balloon.
I'm going Japanese.
I
What's
think
a
it's a
pole?
Everyone in the chat says he's speaking English and we're just dumb.
It's Japanese.
I mean, like,
Maybe.
yeah.
Hey, shut up, Dan. You just want some sushi.
When I
Richard said, "What's that? What's that?" He's saying.
almost like
Is this guy trying to be like
Spanish.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's cousin or something? What's this dude?
Oh, he's even got the
You don't know this
fro.
guy?
Yeah. This guy. Hey, look. He kind of looks like the Black Dr. Lupo.
Okay, what is that?
That's fake as hell.
Right?
So you can
First
move
thing
on.
I would have thought.
Fake. Yeah, that shit ain't happening.
He probably even said it's fake.
Unfortunately, we can't get some cool stuff like that.
Spiraling, like what? What?
What?
No.
Oh my god!
Until it gets me thinking. Cool.
I just love the exploding anus.
You're right. I want to see some rainbows in this guy.
My thoughts are if
Oh, I'm sure he's all down with the
AI,
rainbow.
Tester can't tell. Maybe this is like an illusion with the window. Is the window closed? Maybe they're doing something in the house. That's called what would cause those
This
reflections.
guy has taken it more fucking times.
Yeah, he has. Dude.
Unfucking believable.
Dude. No.
That was cool. Real? AI?
Another. Well, no, I can believe this one because I've seen these before in clouds. They like the. I don't know. It could be fake though. It's. I mean, it could just be overlaying the image. Who knows? I don't know. Oh shit!
Right?
Well,
Yeah, there shouldn't be a triangle up there.
no, it shouldn't be like an up and down pyramid happening. That's fucked up.
This video is only 2 hours old.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been going down.
Hard to say, man. Hard to say.
I think it's so cool, and I think it would be very
I bet
hard.
you think everything's cool.
Actually, fake that descent, in my opinion, guys. I just I don't know. I think it reminds me of the one from Russia, the one from China, the one from DC.
No shit. Because they were all pyramids.
You've seen them from everywhere.
Yeah. Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice flotation devices.
Candidate Zoran Mandani really against President Trump all this week, going across the five boroughs, all against Trump on his tour. And his comments about a call from the former President Obama are getting a lot of
I
attention
have no
as
idea.
well.
I'm
Here
just
is
doing
what
like
he said about
recent
it.
events like within the last.
That call happened soon after the primary.
Oh, this guy.
It was a
Oh my
call
God. Can we
that
talk
I was
about
honored to
him?
receive.
Hold on. Before we do.
Can we talk about this dude?
Sure.
Because
But
like the
before we
whole
do,
East Coast is going to get fucking.
dude, you know what kills me about people nowadays is like, first off, you got this like pretty white looking girl here, and she's wearing a fucking bonnet. Like, what is up with these women in their bonnets? Like, first off, these are like some black women wear like a lot, right? But she calls the mermaids merfolk.
Oh, mermaids. Oh,
The merfolk. You know, like merfolk. No, honey, first off, they're not merfolk. Anyway, I just
What do
think
you
it's
mean they're
funny.
not merfolk?
Well, first off, we don't even know what they're folk. It could just be folklore.
Or
But,
animals, you mean?
Like,
I don't understand how they can have a half human and half fish body.
I don't either.
You can't in the ocean. Can you imagine having your feet
water-
in the ocean for a month?
Well, the water pressure.
Look like.
I know. How would you date? It'd be weird. I mean, you couldn't take her out for seafood, you know?
Well, you can't take me out for
Or
seafood
dip.
either.
What, Fizzy? Oh, that's true. Maybe you're part mermaid, Fizzy.
I do like to swim.
There
I
you
used to
go.
play mermaid in the pool all the time.
Here's what she says. This is funny.
Can you
The
still go
merfolk.
skinny dipping if you're a mermaid?
Like how we live somewhere,
they're already naked.
we all ask the
And already in the water.
same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it could be an ancestral call. They could be responding. The earth is tired.
Tail.
The earth is exhausted with us. Okay.
Ew.
Look at this. Look at from
Yay.
the ear.
Yeah, what is that thing?
That is how people. Sometimes you see them because they are evacuating. It's a war down there. Or reawakening.
Okay, pause it.
E-type.
Yeah.
So we were talking about recently about all these deep sea fish coming up to the top too.
Right.
And no wonder she looks creepy if she's never been in this one before.
Right. Yeah.
What if there's something going down underwater?
I don't know. I've seen some weird things like with them. It's funny how the mermaid's a big, like, that's been like a thing now for a couple of years. And I see some weird videos, man. That one kid that was on the boat and the things were following him and you could hear him. It sounded, I mean, again, it's hard to tell if it's real because people can edit shit, but dude, it was pretty weird. It sounded like the sirens call they talk about and everything. I was like, damn, that's a trip. But anyway, it basically gets you to jump in and I guess they eat you or something. I don't know what they do. I guess how that works. But anyway, yeah, just strange there. Let me go ahead and remove mine. No, what do you got there? You got something.
Did you know Neil Armstrong was a part of some other expeditions once he got back?
No, I thought he quit because he was mad because they're fake in space.
When I heard about this, I'm like, that sounds kind of familiar, but I don't know. This video and the next one, there's shorter videos here.
In 1969,
right. Same topic.
A man named Juan Moritz walked into a government office in Ecuador and made a claim that sounded impossible. He said he had discovered a vast underground system with straight walls, carved chambers, and rows of metal books. He called it a library, but not one built by any known culture. So the place he described was Los Tiles Caves, buried deep in the Andes, hidden beneath the Amazonian jungle, a place long considered sacred by the Shar people. Now, Moritz wasn't just making wild claims in the bar. He followed this discovery through official Ecuadorian channels, a notarized document outlining what he said he saw. Stone passageways with geometric walls, chambers carved with such precision she believed they couldn't be natural, and at the center, a room filled with metal books, stacked like a forgotten archive. She said it's proof of a lost civilization, one that left behind not just stories, but knowledge. But here's the part that turns this entire claim into just a legend and not fact. Moritz never released photos. He refused to share the location. And every time someone pressed him for proof, he pointed to one man in Cuenca, a priest named Father Crespi, and said, he already has the evidence. According to Moritz, Father Crespi's metallic plates, the ones covered in unknown symbols, match what he has seen inside the cave. No one ever proved the connection, but once that link was made, the two stories became one. From that point on, the mystery of Tiles Cave and the mystery of the metallic library couldn't be separated. In 1976, the mystery exploded. A massive joint expedition was launched, backed by the Ecuadorian government, British institutions, and private sponsors. It was led by a Scottish engineer named Stan Hall, and its honorary president, Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon. The expedition
Allegedly
showed promise, entering the Tiles Cave system in July 1976 and continuing through August of that year. Over 100 people took part: scientists, military personnel, spelunkers, and indigenous shore guides. The goal was to find a cave Moritz had described and confirm whether the metallic library was real. They mapped over 3 miles of tunnels. They studied rare cave-dwelling birds, collected pottery shards, and also logged geological data. But the main mission had failed. There were no metal books, no golden artifacts, and no grand archive.
What metal books?
The archives.
Metallic library.
It's like metal books that basically that way they preserve. I guess it's somehow supposed to preserve the writings, right? It's on metal, so
I never heard of that.
Yeah, supposedly they talk about like these libraries they find somewhere. I've heard about this before in these caves. Now I've never seen one, or they've never.
Well, they have a cave
for some reason.
and a cave of FBI documents. So yeah, they.
Oddly enough, cameras.
What? Dan, you're cutting out.
I am. Why? Why?
Okay, there you are. You just got
Mark.
really quiet.
That was weird.
Okay, well, it's StreamYard. All right, so anyway, yeah, cameras don't work in caves, so we never get any pictures of these libraries. And but I've heard about them. It sounds so intriguing. I would love to see something like that. But anyway, go ahead, Noble. I hope it's real.
There is a few images that come up here.
Do they?
This
Okay.
video or the next one. Yeah.
Officially, the expedition found.
Interestingly enough, was it Edgar Casey? He
Yeah.
mentioned that the technology that would be found would be both Bimini, the Bimini Road area, right?
Yeah.
The Caribbean, and in I think it is the Andes. It was like the rainforest or the Andes.
He also
possibly
talks about
this
the
location.
Egypt
and,
too.
and in
the
Egypt,
Sphinx.
right?
Yeah, the
He said there's
Sphinx.
3 places information will come to light from the past, and it'll give the current humans technology from the past.
He actually described in Egypt where exactly it was, like if you follow the paw of the Sphinx he talked about the underground chamber. And then like a couple of years ago, they actually found an underground chamber. But Dickhead over there, that antiquities guy in Egypt, that guy won't let anybody dig or anything like that for it. So, they like to just
don't dig. Oh no.
They won't let you dig. So anyway, yeah, it's interesting because it's pretty much right there where Casey said.
That's what I kept saying. Stop looking at outer space and look underneath.
I agree.
Nothing.
They explored something like 3% of the ocean.
Right.
We should be exploring and seeing what's down there.
Yeah. Why do we care about what's on Mars? I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, care about what's on Earth.
Yep. Yeah.
Go ahead, Noble.
Yeah, we need to be more like seamen. For sure.
Actually, I want to be more like a merman. A merman.
Oh God.
Add up. Some areas were off limits. Logs showed missing entries, and several members of the team later reported being kept from parts of the cave they were told they'd be able to access. No explanation was ever given. No follow-up expedition of that scale was ever launched again. Ian Armstrong, who had just walked on the surface of another world, never spoke publicly about what he saw in Los Tayos. His only notable quote after the expedition was this: "Tayos is up there with the moon," which could suggest that what he saw down there, or what he was told, left just as deep an impression as standing on the lunar surface. It wasn't confirmation, but it wasn't dismissal either. So what was really down there? Los Tayos is still there, still buried beneath the jungle, still guarded by silence. Official reports say the 1976 expedition found nothing unusual, just limestone tunnels and native wildlife. But behind the scenes, the story never really closed. If Moritz was telling the truth, then the metallic plates the Father Crespi kept in his church may have been all that remains of a lost underground archive. And the artifacts that he once kept in the quiet church room that slowly disappeared without a trace may be the only evidence of it left. A few surviving pieces remain, but there's no catalog and no official origin. Today, you can still visit the cave with permits, local guides, and approval from the shark community. But the deeper halls described by Moritz, the ones with metal books in ancient chambers, they've never been documented. Some say they were never there. Others believe they were found and hidden away. The truth, if it ever surfaced, was buried just as fast. So do you think the Lost Tiles cave artifacts really exist? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I got some thoughts.
In 1923, an Italian priest stepped off a train in the mountains of Ecuador. His name is Father Carlo Crespi, a missionary, educator, and amateur anthropologist. He came to serve the people of Cuenca, but over time, they began bringing him things. Small figurines, engraved metal plates, and strange artifacts that didn't match any known culture. He simply kept them in the church basement. There is no security and no official oversight. There's hundreds of metal tablets, some gold, some silver, covered in symbols no one could read. Stacked like books on crude wooden shelves. Crispy said they were gifts from the local tribe, but some believed they came from a cave deep beneath the jungle, a place no outsider was supposed to know about. Then, just as quickly as they appeared, the artifacts vanished, destroyed, stolen, or hidden forever. So what exactly did Father Crespi find? Over the years, the collection grew, quietly, without oversight. Crespi kept everything in the side room of the church school. Gold objects, shaped like animals and hybrid figures, engraved tablets with geometric patterns and spirals, even pieces carved from jade, patterns, and spirals, even pieces carved, gold objects.
Do you think this gold one, I don't know if these are real. Do you see the gold one? What's on it?
I see it.
Is it a rabbit or a kangaroo?
I think it's a rabbit.
Funny.
You're right. That was my first impression. It also looks like it's sitting on an igloo.
Huh.
And then on
With
the right,
teepees.
on the right is a giraffe and an elephant, and on the left is like a deer and like, you know, I don't know, a dude and the
I
pyramid.
think that would be an Indian because there's little teepees.
Yeah, maybe they're teepees. That's a good point.
And the sun
So
and the moon.
if you were standing in the North Pole region looking out, and on your right is giraffes and on your left is the deer and the natives, you know what I mean? So that would be like Africa, and I don't know, it just looks like the center is the north. That's what that looks like, which is weird. Actually, you would be standing and looking directly at Tartaria. Towards the Russian area for that to work out. If Africa, if you're in the north and Africa's on your right.
It's weird how the moon is upside down.
It's like the smiley.
Mm-hmm.
It is more extreme up north. That's a good point. Because no, it's
south.
It's the south that is completely one way and completely the other, isn't it?
Dude,
Yeah.
Did you guys hear about
Not the south, the center. I mean, sorry.
I'm sorry.
What's
No,
that,
I'm
sister?
sorry. No, it had nothing to do with this. Did you guys hear about the demonic dolls?
Dude, those people are like known to be a bunch of, you know.
I'm out of here soon.
The Annabelle doll is missing now.
No, did you hear about the other one that is being sold, and people are buying for like $1,500, and this thing is fucking evil.
You're talking about that dumb doll that people are trying to like.
missed
The one with the teeth. With the
I don't
teeth.
think I want to look at it.
It's a doll. It's a doll, dude. They're just creating hype to sell the damn thing. I mean,
Right,
come on.
but check this out. No,
What?
check this out. Check this out. And I'm out of here because I'm sleep deprived. I gotta go.
Dude, you didn't sleep last night? You told me you were going to get some sleep. You're going to bed.
got some sleep.
Why didn't you sleep last night?
What's weird?
What the hell is wrong with you?
I'm sleeping, but I'm
Dude,
not.
are you doing methamphetamines?
No.
What's wrong with you, man?
No, dude,
Damn.
I'm not doing anything. I
All right.
actually want to take a couple of these green pills here.
What does that mean?
What are they
Green
called?
pill.
They're called
Caffeine pill?
no, it's called NyQuil. NyQuil.
NyQuil will help you get some Z's.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, and that's what I need to do because I'm doing everything I can to sleep, and it's not working. But I do want to talk about these dolls, and I feel like
No.
That's not going to help you sleep.
Hang
All
on.
the dolls?
Yeah. Hang on, man.
I
Let's
feel
Noble
like I
finish up
fucked
his
up
segment
Noble.
here, and
No,
then
that's what I
we'll
want
jump
to
to
say. I
fake
feel
doll.
like I interrupted Noble,
No.
and I'm really pissed.
What?
No, I shouldn't have interrupted, dude, man.
It's fine, dude. We do that all the time on the show.
I'm over it.
It's like
Shaped
the
like
show. I
animals
should name the
and
show ADD. You know?
ADHD.
Yeah, ADHD.
hybrid figures. Engraved tab
I'm gonna be the D.
Okay.
with
Fair
geometric
enough.
patterns and spirals, even pieces carved from jade and obsidian, materials not native to the region. Over the decades, his private collection grew into something unexplainable. Some of the items appear Sumerian, others Egyptian. A few even look entirely alien. Metals rarely seen in pre-Columbian South America, arranged like books. Not tools, not jewelry, but something else. Crespi believed these pieces preserved knowledge from a lost civilization, and while visitors came, took photos, and shared stories, no official museum, university, or institute stepped in to verify what Crespi had. So let's pause and fast forward a bit to 1969. An Argentinian explorer named Juan Moritz signed a notarized document. In it, he claimed to have discovered a vast underground system in Ecuador, filled with stone halls, metal books, and evidence of a forgotten race. He called it the Tayos Cave. Well, supposedly, they came from there. Crespi never said where the items came from, but when asked, he said the items were gifts, brought up from deep within the earth by local tribes who trusted him. As the story grew, it became more tense. More people came to see the artifacts. A few took photos, some offered money. Others just watched. Then the collection started disappearing. Some say pieces were sold, others claim they were stolen. One story says a fire took out an entire room, while others blamed the church, suggesting the items were hidden to avoid controversy. By the 1980s, most of it was gone. Today, a handful of pieces remain in Cuenca Maria's Auxiliadora Church, dusty, unguarded, and out of context, just like how Father Crespi first left it. It's still uncatalogued, unguarded, and still unexplained. And the rest of the missing artifacts? No one knows. So what really happened to Father Crespi's metallic library? Well, some believe it was covered up, removed by the church, sold off in secret, or taken by unknown hands to keep it from public view. Others say most of the artifacts were fakes, that Crespi, knowingly or not, was duped by locals selling modern forgeries. But here's the thing, no one's ever tested the full collection, and the fact that no official catalog was made doesn't help either. The only people who ever saw it can't seem to agree on what they saw. There are photos, there are testimonies, and there are a few surviving pieces, but there's still no explanation that satisfies everyone. Even today, academics avoid the topic. The military expedition to Tayos Caves is still shrouded in silence, and the real origin of the artifacts, whether from a cave, a culture, or something else entirely, still remains unknown. So we're left with the question, did Father Crespi protect the Price's archive of ancient knowledge? Or did the world quietly erase something it was never meant to see?
Okay. Yeah.
Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I don't trust Father Crispy.
You gotta
I
put
don't
my
trust him. I feel it looks like he's a, I
don't trust Neil Armstrong.
He looks like a Mossad agent. He's trying to hide.
He
hide
looks like a Mossad agent.
Yeah, he does. I can spot a Jew. I can spot a Jew, man. I can tell, dude. I was like, I don't trust Crispy. No, he's hiding the info, man. Trying to keep it hidden.
Hey, I'm gonna head out, guys.
All right, man.
Like a fetus.
Oh man!
Got it that time. Hey, do me a favor. Put this one. I really want to know what you guys think about the Umabumo thing.
The Labubus?
Yes.
I think they're creepy and weird, and I hate
I
them.
got that up right now, Dan. Just pop it up. We'll get a preview, and you guys can talk about it.
This is so lame, though, man. It shows people burning them and stuff. Like, I'm scared of my Labubu.
No.
Like
What
it's
if
just
they
a
are
bunch of
Find this
convincing?
it's a
shit.
bunch of like people on TikTok
What
freaking
Think
out
about
over
it.
are
Think about it.
Labubu
Listen.
dolls? Are they demonic, or are
Yep.
Oh my
people making
god.
a big deal
Why are people
out of
suddenly
nothing?
so obsessed with these all of a
Well,
sudden
they
out of
did
nowhere?
find supposedly a camera in the eye. I
But
saw
Right.
that.
okay,
Right.
so it's just like Stanley Cup trend and stuff, but it just feels like all of a sudden everybody had one.
Yeah,
Like,
well, they
where does
became
it come
super.
from?
They
And
were
people are
popular on social media.
obsessed to the point of like spending thousands to get
I
some.
It was
never
like
heard of them.
Lululemon. It was like a fad.
I heard of them.
It's a horrible
2
fad. They're
days
not
ago.
even cute, Dan.
But honey, they started
They
getting
were
around on some.
gross.
Well, you were the social media girl. You should know this.
I
They-
know it started
they-
trending.
It started
I just-
trending over a year ago.
I just don't understand the obsession with them. They're ugly.
Well, I don't understand the obsession with a lot of stupid things, but
Just
apparently,
like the troll dolls. I hated the troll dolls. They were naked and weird.
yeah.
About
Well,
these Labubu dolls.
Labubu doll.
I knew nothing about them. I see now that I have
knew nothing about them.
looked up some things online that people have been talking about these dolls for a while, but I guess they're starting to trend again because on TikTok I saw people saying that these dolls are starting to cause some paranormal things to happen. They say that the dolls follow them with their eyes when they're walking around. They feel like an eerie presence with the dolls in the room. You know, people are saying their anxiety gets high and other things. So
Dude, next thing you know, my
things being moved
Squishmallows are
around,
gonna be evil.
typical of demonic objects. When you bring them
What?
into your house, they cause all this
You
paranormal
know I'm
activity to
sensitive
happen.
to
So
ghosts. I can
they're
tell
saying
even
that
when I see
it's
one.
the doll's fault. Now, I don't have one of these dolls. I can only go by what I see
I
on
bet
the
he's got
internet. But what we can
I
do
bet you sleep with
a
one,
little
boy.
bit of research to who the creator of these dolls are
Cuddles up to a
and
Labubu.
what brought about the need for him to make these dolls. So let's go ahead and let's find this out, because this is what's very important to find out if there really is demonic activity behind these dolls. So first of all, what are Labubu dolls? Labubu dolls were created by Hong Kong-based artist Casing Lung in collaboration with the designer toy brand Pop Mart. Labubu is one of many characters from his fantasy series called The Monsters. The character is mischievous, forest dwelling, and intentionally designed to be odd, mixing cuteness with eerie features like a toothy grin and wide, staring eyes. Now, when I looked at this doll, the teeth did it for me, and those big old eyes. I was like, if I'm a kid looking at this, it kind of reminds me of Chucky.
Hi, I'm Charlie. Wanna play?
You made me do this. But Chucky had a demonic spirit. So when I look at these dolls, even though they're not as probably intimidating and scary as Chucky, I can look at the face and, I'm like, okay, first of all, if there's a mischievous anything behind it, that's not good. That means deception. So right there, the creator has made this doll with deception in mind. And anywhere there's deception, there's the enemy, there's witchcraft. So I don't know what this man believes, but I can almost guarantee you he's probably not a Christian just because of what he's created. But we need to go into
He's
this a
from
little
communist
bit deeper.
China.
So let's
No
look
shit.
at the artistic inspiration
Yeah, they
behind these
probably sent
dolls.
demons over on
Casing Lung
purpose,
has
Dan.
said Labubu was inspired
Probably
by
physics.
European fairy tales, particularly darker, whimsical stories like Where the Wild Things Are and Nordic folklore. Labubu isn't from any ancient myth or cult. It's a product of storytelling, childhood imagination, and unique artistic expression. But the character's creepy, cute style has sparked controversy. You see this, it says Nordic folklore. It says fairy tales. So if you know anything about Nordic folklore, there's a lot of demonic elements to it. And it's almost like Greek mythology, the little god stuff. These gods who were getting prayed to because they brought fertility, they helped the land, they calmed the sea, all this stuff, right? That obviously our God, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. He does it way better. Okay. But these false gods were big inspirations back in the day. So just knowing this about this guy is enough for me to say that what is behind the inspiration of this doll is not holy, is not pure, and is not righteous. And if you know anything about other religions like Santeria or any other witchcraft religion, they're big on idolatry. There's one demonic spirit in Santeria called Iligua, and he's like a mischievous, stealing Joker type. When I read about this doll having that mischievous attitude, I think of stuff like that. So if you bring those idols in, demonic activity comes. If you're involved in Santeria, you'll start having paranormal activity. You can't sleep at night. You start to notice that you get health issues, just all kinds of things. Your family goes all out of whack. That's what happens when you bring demonic items in your home. And just from reading what I read right here is enough for me to tell you, if these dolls are in your house, more than likely there's going to be some demonic spirit that's probably going to come with them. This is one of the biggest keys I can tell you.
In Jamaica, you can run in the sand or compete on the track.
You know that you don't have any demonic activity going on now, but you bring in this doll and all of a sudden you're getting anxiety. All of a sudden your kids are acting rebellious. They're acting out. They're becoming addicted to these dolls. If you see these kind of things happening, then you can guarantee there is witchcraft influence behind the doll, and you need to get rid of it ASAP. Now, when you explain it to your kids, you're going to have to explain it to them in a way that they'll understand. Hey, I want to show you, like, take them to the computer, show them what the information is.
No, don't
that
show them that. You'll
will
scare
show
them.
them
This guy is an
that these
idiot.
dolls
You wait till the
have
kids
demonic
go to
influence
school
behind
and
them.
you
Show
chunk the
them
dolls.
about
That's
the
what you do.
inspiration of the person who created them and things like that.
Don't tell the
Source
kids
is
nothing.
everything. When you find the source of the creator of that doll, you'll find out what has been put behind the doll, what inspiration is there. So if the person who created the doll had demonic inspiration, then you can guarantee that these dolls are going to also have demonic things with it. So when you're explaining this to your children, just explain how this is not going to be helpful to them. And when we allow demonic items into our home, it's like an open, free invitation for demon spirits to come in and to afflict us and attack us. Letting things happen that you don't need to let happen. It's just unnecessary torment for what? Are you going to get a demon because you allow the items in your home? No, not necessarily, but you're going to allow a demon to oppress you on the outside. And if you idolize the doll long enough, it can get on the inside of you. But if you're getting this revelation now, watching this video, my
What happened?
I don't know.
You don't think there's
So-
anything a little suspicious about them little creeps, Dan?
No, I really don't. I think people just like, you know, like
People
the
are
dolls or
seeing-
whatever, and now people are like, some people are collecting them and paying a lot of money for them. So
But their eyes follow people, and they give people
Sweetheart.
a bad feeling.
sometimes, like because of the way the eyes are on the doll, it just appears this.
Have you guys ever heard of the Sonic Chew curse?
The way.
It's a Sonic Chew medallion, all right? And people keep buying it to prove that it's not cursed,
Bingo.
and they die.
They spread the freaking virus with Labubu dolls. Boom. That's how they did it, man.
For sure.
Yeah,
trying
dude.
to
They
look
gave
up
it to
the
Chinese
word.
children, and then they wiped their little snotty noses on the doll. They took it from you and repackaged it and sent it to America.
Yeah.
That's why it's evil. Oh man. Anyway, as far as Labubu dolls, man, I don't believe in a word
Yeah.
of it. I think that's just
I just Googled it, and AI made sure to tell me that
it's
they
just
weren't
like
evil.
the
Like,
charlatans
okay.
that the Annabelle doll. Dude, you found out when you do the deep dive on that guy, the husband and wife who or
Yeah,
whatever, the
Oh,
curator, man, they are a bunch of shysters, dude.
They would trick
Hell
people
no.
to get paid.
Yeah, man, there's all kinds of, I don't know, these people were in court more than they were on the streets. Anyway, yeah, so there's a lot of stuff about
I'm gonna go. I'm glad you guys are aware of the Abubu doll.
Labubu. It's La Boo Boo.
Look, I just heard of that shit. I'm not even kidding. I know I shifted.
Yeah.
So I'm out.
Okay, man. See you later, you shifty bastard.
All right, good night, Suso. Go get your job back.
Yeah, go get your job back, okay?
You think I should do that?
Yes.
Well, for now, until you find another job. But I would definitely think this is writing on the wall. So I think you should make a move, but I think you should do it on your terms.
I think you should figure out what you should be doing before you do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
it's good to have at least an income. You can always quit and go work at the, over at the hot springs.
Dude, we just shift all the time. I don't care anymore. But I do care about this place. So I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, apparently they don't care much about you. It appears that way. But then again, like Noble said, maybe they're just giving you time off. But it's a hell of a way to do it.
I need time off.
I would have taken your keys and said, "Look, you just need time off," and they're giving you time off. Maybe it's not as as bad as we think. I really don't know, man. But you definitely need to talk to them and figure it out. You definitely need to clear that. I mean, you live there too.
Yeah,
like right now below you should be working.
That's the issue. I live here and I work here, and now I lost my job. So what? Do I still live here?
Well, you do since you paid rent, but
for another month.
Yeah. I don't
know. You guys, I'm gonna watch the show tomorrow. The rest of the show, anyway.
All right.
I want to go to bed. I'm sleep deprived.
All right, man. You have a good night, bro.
Right.
Good night, Susu.
Good night.
Good night, Fizzy. Good night, D.
All right.
I get some shorts anytime you want some.
You're gonna see completely different beings.
Pretty much all disease is caused by worms and parasites.
Parasites are demons, and when you start to compare the two, you'll see there's a lot of similarities. Parasites don't just invade your body, they hijack your nervous system, control us very easily. By definition, both are known to control their host and manipulate behavior. I mean, look at these things. They can influence your thoughts, the types of foods you crave, encourage sexual desires, even your dreams. So it's very possible these parasites act as antennas or conduits for these demonic entities. Archons, jinn, demons, whatever you want to call them. But think about it. Why else is there fast food, alcohol, and junk on every street corner? And then you combine that with chemtrails, pesticides, fungicides, microplastics, heavy metals. Think about what kind of influences you could be under. These are the sources of addiction. This is why people can't break those bad habits or those vices. You ask yourself, why'd you do that? Why'd you eat that? Why do you keep doing those things you know are bad for you? Is it you, or is it the parasite forcing that self-destructive behavior? Now, even the Bible says some demons can only be casted out through fasting. Anyone who's done a deep fast knows those shakes of abstaining from certain foods. You're like a drug addict being revealed your true addictions. But then it gets easier as you starve those demons out. So this is what no one tells you about a parasite cleanse. Killing the parasites is just the first step. You still have to flush them out of your system, otherwise you're left with a bunch of dead worms inside of you.
Let me tell you something. They're called
Yeah, that's gross.
Otherwise, you're left with a bunch of dead worms inside of you.
What
That's
the
not
hell
really
is-
how shit works. Your body would absorb them.
What the hell is this?
real. They come up from underground, different spots all over the world. There's a 1 to 1.5 foot tall one. That's a real.
Oh, that's what's his name, bro. You know the dude that was talking about the what is it? Oh shit. He was talking about the dude who went around in 2016. And he was talking about how there was those cloning centers and stuff.
Oh,
remember, dude? Yeah.
Type 1. The type 1s are covered in.
Oh, right, his voice. Donald Marshall.
Ones are real dumb. Dragons, those are the real type 1. These lizards have the
Yeah, Donald Marshall.
Because the proboscis on young lizard type 1s, they're small enough to go into an eye and not ruin the eye. Just tough.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, she's had some black eyes before, man. Too many times.
Anthony Hopkins, but I believe it's a vril lizard. He's been vrilled.
Who is that?
Anthony Hopkins?
Ew. He is wrapping
Whoa.
up. What a freak.
What the hell, dude?
Ugh.
Oh yeah, and then you got the Black Eye Club, right?
I don't know if it's just because Halloween is up everywhere already, but I've been getting more spooked lately by this stuff.
Oh yeah. All right, so we're gonna go back to Noble. I was just keeping it playing. Here we go. Let me remove mine. There you go, Noble.
The easiest and quickest way to test someone's intelligence is to make a generalized statement
and see if they bring up an exception, right?
About a group. Say something like Asian men are shorter on average. And if they say any variation of not all Asian men are short, or
this is common.
I know a tall Asian guy, you are dealing with someone genuinely low IQ.
Yeah.
This
is why they get banned in chat, by the way. I'm practicing eugenics in chat. I'm actively trying to call the low IQ people so we can only have really intelligent conversations about how big a video game girl's boobs should be.
Proven that they aren't intelligent enough to understand abstract ideas like a statistical average or per capita.
Exactly.
Why else would they think it's so profound to bring up an exception?
Because they're stupid.
They literally cannot
And
understand.
also, the other reason is that people are uncomfortable with the idea that there are certain averages that certain people are parts of. Everybody gets brought up in this idea that everybody's equal and everybody's the exact same. So hearing something like what he just mentioned, like Asian guys are shorter, or, and like men are stronger than women or something, any of these stereotypes or anything like that, these stereotypes go against what people are programmed to think ever since they go to kindergarten.
Just a reminder that tarantulas are known to kidnap frogs and keep them as pets. I wish I was joking. You see, normally tarantulas eat frogs, but scientists realize that sometimes when a tarantula lays eggs, instead, it will keep a frog as a guard frog to protect its eggs from things like predatory insects and ants. In return, the tarantula will keep the frog safe from predators and other tarantulas. And since the frog helped out the tarantula, once the eggs hatch, the tarantula will still keep the frog as its pet or let him go and live his life. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard.
What? Damn, what you doing here? Oh my gosh, that would be so scary. And
Hi, no joking in this video. This is a warning, specifically for parents, but I guess really for anybody. Something truly disturbing just happened to me. I just stopped for gas on my way home, and while I was there, I wanted a beverage, so I went to go inside. So as I'm walking in, I am approached by a child. And he comes up to me and he says, "Hey, can you buy me some Feel Free?" I didn't understand what he was talking about, but I said, "Do you need food or something?" And he said, "No, I need Feel Free." And I was like, "I'm sorry, no." I go up to the cashier and I was like, "Hey, just so you know, there's like some kid out there. He was asking me to buy something for him." And he like tried to grab my wallet. And she was just like, "Oh my gosh, it's this." And she pointed to this little blue bottle on the counter that I've never seen before. Looks like that. And I was like, "Oh, what's that? Like a 5-hour energy?" And she was like, "No, this stuff is so sad. I have people coming in here 5-6 times a day to get this. It's so addictive and people lose their mind."
So let's review what's in Feel Free, which is making people become addicted to this. So when I looked this product up, there are 2 ingredients that you need to be concerned about. It's kava and kratom. So let's start with kava. The active compounds in kava primarily modulate GABA A receptors, which is the same inhibitory neurotransmitter system that's targeted by benzodiazepines like Xanax. And so when GABA A is activated, it enhances chloride ion influx into neurons, leading to hyperpolarization and decreased neuronal excitability. In pretty much simple terms, it calms the brain down, reducing anxiety and muscle tension while promoting a sense of relaxation. Just a PSA, long-term use can actually lead to liver damage. Now let's talk about the other ingredient, kratom, which this one is even worse. So kratom contains several alkaloids, but we're going to focus on mitragynine, then also 7-hydroxymitragynine, which is you will see usually in like higher doses. But these compounds are actually partial agonists at the mu opioid receptor. Yes, the same receptor that medications like morphine target. This means that kratom can mimic the effects of opioids by triggering the brain's endogenous reward system, but increased dopamine release, blunting pain perception, and creating feelings of like euphoria and stimulation. This is just like a fun pharmacy fact. In lower doses, kratom usually acts like a stimulant, but in higher doses, it's more like a sedative opioid. Analogy time for how this works. So feel free is like trying to balance a high performing sports car with one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake. Kava is going to be our brake because it slows you down via like GABAergic sedation. And then kratom is our gas. It stimulates opioid receptors and dopamine pathways to boost your energy and mood. But here's the problem. When you keep taking the supplement, your brain is going to adjust to it. And so these receptors are going to become desensitized, downregulated, and you're going to need more and more of this supplement to feel the same, which this is going to become the foundation of dependence. And with kratom involved, it's pretty much very similar to like an opioid-like addiction. As a reminder, with natural supplements, the reason that things like this can be just out and about on the market is because the FDA does not look at natural supplements before they are released. But I do think that this is probably going to get pulled hopefully soon because this is very dangerous.
You know what they call cigarettes? The
What?
British, they call them fags.
Right, that's what they, that's the term for cigarettes.
Yeah, a guy in my class comes up and he goes, "Look, mate, you think I could bum a fag?"
Right.
I said, "I don't know, can you?"
All right.
He's like, "No, mate, I'd like to smoke a fag." And I said, "Yeah, I'd like to boil a couple of lesbians myself."
For God's sake! Harlan! What the hell are you talking about? What the hell was that all about?
I went on a date this week, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, and the guy said I look like John Benet Ramsey. If she were still alive. I was like, you look like the killer if they'd found him. And we had a fun night of role playing. So.
What are you even doing with that?
I think I'll see him again.
What? Hey, you have something to talk about, right? Holy God, I
think he nailed
it.
it.
Out there. It's
I know.
out there, right?
I thought he was charming, you know?
So are you? Get it. Dan, give him a minute. So are you?
All right, we got a
Bruh.
little corner that's not quite square.
Hey.
Yeah.
Dude, that was so messed up on so many levels. Oh my God, bro.
Woman.
I was
She's
like,
got like
watching
the little squeaky voice.
Yeah, she's like, I look like that. And he looks like the killer if they caught him. I'm like, oh my God, bro. And then she went into the role playing part, and I was like, oh shit. I don't know if she knows about the whole story. Right? It's like, wow. Wow. Yeah. Anyway, I was just like, that is, well, it was funny, but it was also kind of
Dude
crazy.
was dying.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny.
All right, we got just a little corner that's not quite square, but it tucks into each. It makes it just a little bit more complicated. But then when you go all the way around, this is all one block.
A little more complicated. A
You
lot
get to
more
the other
complicated.
side, and the same details featured right here. So the whole block was built to be. John, what do you got?
You know, these things are really strange as to
Yeah.
why that would ever be done like that. And I'm starting to lean towards the whole thing is just like it actually wasn't even done like physically.
You know what I think?
It's done
though?
like mentally or something.
You know what? The one theory that to me, it never really just it never took off, but there was a guy who had a theory about it, and what he thinks so that they had the technology to create like a dust and basically turn it into like cement, right? A concrete, yeah, like a paste, and then it's just basically it's reconstituted granite. So then when it dries, it forms back into granite. It's a granite rock. And that makes so much sense to me because it's like, yeah, dude, if you were to pour like a mold, if this thing were a mold like that, you could form it any way you want. And yeah, it would make much more sense that, you know, you were using something like, you know, especially when you're talking about how they cored through it and stuff. And people are like, oh, how do they do this shit? Well, when it's drying, you know, it's going to be soft. So it'd be easy to core right through it. So love it, dude. That makes sense. Now the problem is that in that, you know, going back as far as our history, we think that the Chinese had created, you know, fireworks and, you know, the ways to blow things up, right, with dynamite. Well, they're like, well, how would they be able to do that? Well, obviously they had technology, you know, before the Chinese had it, and you know, the history just doesn't match up, right? Like there's things out there that obviously they're just wrong about. And so if the Egyptians, you know, had a way of blasting this stuff or pulverizing it, they could have done something like that and made like a mortar. So
But this still doesn't even make sense.
but it does, you know, like think about the statues, right? Like the statues are like, you know, when they're carved, like they're like, yeah, they took chisels and shit and they carved out granite. Like bullshit. There's no way you carve such smoothness on granite with a chisel. So, and especially like, and especially when you measure it out, it's like it's perfectly uniform. You know, the facial structures and everything, it's perfect. There's no flaws in it. It's like amazing. So something like that, you definitely it'll be a lot easier to carve, like you know, something that was soft and malleable. You know. So anyway, just saying. I don't know. To me,
This still doesn't make any logical sense to me.
Why?
That's why I think it wasn't done with logic.
No. Well, I mean,
like, okay, what do you have here, right? You have one block was taller than the other, so the difference is made up by the block underneath it.
Right.
Of course,
well,
in some perfect manner.
Of course, they say they've done this.
Why would you do any of that?
Because it's for earthquakes. That's how they build stuff, so that during earthquakes and stuff like that, it's supposed to the way that's designed like that is to take the absorption of the frequency. That's what so the wall doesn't crumble. That's why they do it that way.
They had different size blocks and stuff.
Yeah, that's why. Well, that's what they tell you. They tell you that they're shaped that way because for earthquake, to make them earthquake proof. That's what they say.
You think you would do a little more than whatever this is?
Well,
this
and
is
that's
so
another
minute.
thing too. What I don't know is that wall right there completely a block to block, or is it one solid thing? We don't know, because they always say, well, we can't get a razor blade between these things. I'm like, well, if it's solid fucking one mass, then no, you're not going to be able to. But yeah, I don't know, Noble. I'm just saying, like that's the theory, is that they have the different shapes for earthquake prevention. Fall. Yeah.
So the whole block was built to be. John, what do you got?
So just leveling up these stones to see how perfectly cut these were or designed, and pretty spot on. Doesn't get any more level than that.
Level and precise.
And precise.
I have never seen a cloudburst do something like this before, but apparently on August 5th of 2025, a massive cloudburst struck the village of Dharauli in northern India, triggering massive flash floods and mudslides. Apparently, this event happened around 1:45 p.m. local time, approximately 4 kilometers from an Indian army camp in Harsil, and was compounded by another cloudburst in the nearby Suki area. Now, Dharauli is apparently a key stopover point that's en route to a temple over there, and is a popular place for tourists, travelers, and other things. And there were homes, hotels, shops, vehicles, and trees completely swept away.
Manji, what?
Reminds me of the crazy statistics we heard about the event in Texas, where they talk about the river rose 30 some odd feet in 45 minutes or whatever, like how the fuck could that much water come raining down to have that fast of a rise in overall, height. It's crazy. So anyway, yeah, I don't think we had a cloudburst like that, but that's insane to see all that water coming down like that, dude. It's like they opened a dam It's almost.
Well, that's what I was wondering about in Texas. Did they open that dam up?
Oh, yeah. Some people wonder. Yeah. Yeah.
In seconds from this massive mudslide torrent of water and debris. As of August 6th, the death toll stands at 5, with one additional body recovered from the rubble, while around 100 people remain missing, including several Indian Army personnel. Rescue operations are currently ongoing amid the challenging conditions like heavy rain and landslides involving local authorities, the National Disaster Response Force, and the Indian Army, which has deployed teams for search and rescue efforts. Now, I know that they've confirmed 4 to 5 deaths, but I guarantee you that they're going to find a lot more people that are trapped and missing under this muddy water, because people were just covered up, and a lot of those folks didn't have any time to prepare because the water hit so fast and the mud hit so fast.
Millennials are the most divided generation in history. Here's why. The millennial generation goes from 1981 to 1996. And within those short 15 years, there are 3 separate millennials. You have the first group of millennials from 1981 to 1985 that are known as Zennials. This Zennial title comes from the fact that they are considered both Gen X and millennials. Throughout generational history, generations lasted for 20 years. So originally, Gen X went from 1965 to 1985. But in 1996, it was changed, and those born between 1981 and 1985 were considered millennials. They changed it because true Gen Xers did not have the level of technology that these later generations were getting. There are even some Gen X members born between 1977 and 1980 that are considered Zennials. Because if the internet went mainstream before
Oh my
you
God, this is
high
so
school,
confusing
you
with
had
all
different
this shit.
experiences.
Can we just stick to a year? Like everyone moves themselves around based off like nobody want to be like really linked to millennials, and then nobody wants to be like related to Gen Z. So they just move things around and like to try to make their kids seem cooler. Like it's
They
just
keep changing the name of my generation. Like they keep putting like a micro generation in between Gen X
yes.
and millennials.
People keep doing this shit, and it's like I don't know. There's no
Well,
official authority on it.
There
But
is a reason, okay? Because our age group, we grew up like Gen X playing outside and doing all that stuff, but we also had the internet and computers.
yeah, well,
So
that
we
was.
had both. We had both kind of experiences.
You know what you are to me? You're Gen Y. And that's the thing nobody talks about. Like that's a Mandela effect if there
Yeah,
ever
that's
was one.
what
I need to
they're
make
speaking
a video about that because that's been erased. Gen
Yeah, because
Y,
it went from Gen X to millennial to
Gen
Gen Z to Gen
no, it went from
Alpha.
Gen X
Everyone else
to
gets a
Gen
letter.
Y.
Everyone else gets a letter except us.
Yeah, well, it's Gen Y, the Y generation, which made sense because I don't know, just like anyway. But I remember Gen Yers, and I can make a great video in discussing it and explaining it because before the millennials, they came in after Gen Y, and those were the younger kids. But the Gen Ys were between Gen X and millennials, and they were fucking awesome. Gen Y was kick ass. Gen Y gave us the X Games. Gen Y, like, took what Gen X had done, and they were what I call the extreme generation. And people forget about that. Like, yeah, you had Tony Hawk who started skateboarding, but then when Gen Y, the younger kids right after that, they were the ones that were like, they had X Games, the ramps, they took breakdancing to new levels. They just, dude, they amped everything up. Everything was amped up. They're like the Honey Boo Boo generation, man. But here's the thing. At some point, the millennials came around, and they started getting sort of a bad rap. They were the kids that like they stayed in the house. They stopped going out and playing. They were no, because you're Gen Y.
Because we only had dial-up. Being online all the time
You're Gen
wasn't
Y.
a thing. You just like spend an hour and send
I'm
messages.
trying to tell you where you belong, Fizzy. Okay. All right.
I
Anyway, go
belong
ahead.
in the streets.
Go on. She belongs to the streets. Go ahead, Noble.
I think I'm an early Zennial.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Noble are in the same micro generation now.
You're 47? Right,
Yeah, I was born in 78, but really I went to school.
You really are. Yeah, you're right there on the cusp of Gen X, Gen Y. You're almost.
I really am. I always felt like I was in between two.
They tried calling us Cuspers for a while, which is a horrible name. But now it's Zennial, which is spelled with an X.
But it is a level of how much technology was a part of you growing up or not, right? That is a lot of it in the internet, primarily with that.
I'm going to show you guys my palm tree real quick. I bought a palm tree.
I want to see your palm.
Yeah, his name is Palmy. Oh. He's so cute, and I always wanted a palm tree, and I finally got one. And here's a funny story. So of course, I'm like, yeah, I got a palm tree, yay. So I'm reading about it. I'm looking at it. It was kind of dark, and I was like, oh, it's only 30. Gets up to 30 feet. That's about right. I don't want some crazy tall palm tree, No, I bought a Mexican fan palm, and I didn't read the label right. It's 30 meters, dude. This thing gets over 100 feet tall. Shit. Anyway, here it is. Here's Palmy.
It's going to get so tall, it's going to arc over.
There it is right there.
Little baby.
Little baby palm. He's a little right now, but anyway, he's going to be, I put him over by the pool because I want the tropical thing going on. But, yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to share. All right. Okay, Noble, go ahead.
From a full Gen Xer. Now on to what is considered early millennials, the people born between 1986 and 1989. These are the millennials that don't act anything like the 90s millennials. The vast majority of their memories are only in the 90s, but they did still have boomers as parents. So they were still raised in that tough way, with most of them still being latchkey kids. And then you have the 90s millennials. These are the millennials that don't remember a world that didn't have the internet. But the majority of them still did not have actual internet in their home yet. But the world around them did, making things a little bit easier for them. For the Zennial millennials, their young childhood show was something called the Elephant Show.
I love you.
For the early millennials, their childhood show was called Barney.
I love you. See, that's why we hated millennials right there.
Yeah, that was right there. You're right there, yeah.
Their childhood show was Blue's Clues.
We are gonna play Blue's Clues because that's a really great game.
Didn't that guy kill himself?
Millennials tend to be way more sarcastic. That's because we had these two sarcastic old farts teaching us so much at young ages. 90s millennials are still our brothers and sisters. A lot of them tagged along with everything that the older ones were doing. But they do have a couple of traits that are just like Gen Z, like the ones that if they don't feel included, they are definitely insulted. And if you're a 90s millennial and you watched this video and got upset, thanks for proving my point.
I still say Gen Y needs him. I gotta do a video.
Here's what I'm gonna assume. I'm gonna assume you're obviously very liberal. So I'm gonna assume you're one of those people that is super far left. Hey, I'm gonna assume you're not a very hard worker. You are either a female or you're a probably not straight guy. So everything in the office is gonna have to cater to you, your feelings, your needs, and your emotions. So everyone around you is not gonna be able to be themselves and walk on eggshells. Why would anyone want someone like you unless everyone's like you in a work environment? You're going to be the laziest person. You're going to be the most entitled, complain the most, and I think you're going to be the first to sue. So shocker that pronouns weren't helping you guys. Sorry, is there anything I missed there?
Grab your friends, grab a date,
awesome.
grab some snacks, because next week...
What's up?
That chick is awesome.
I don't think I've seen her before, have you?
No, the other girl. I've seen that video clip.
Yeah? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Grab your friends, grab a date, grab some snacks, because next week on August 12th
This girl turns me on.
and 13th.
Fair enough.
I'm kidding.
Oh, damn, we missed it. Oh,
It's the peak of the best meteor shower of the entire year. This is the Perseid
Wow.
meteor shower, and not only does this peak at about 100 meteors per hour, but the Perseids are also notorious for having fireballs, which are basically shooting stars that look like they're exploding in the night sky. And those are caused by larger chunks of stuff hitting Earth's atmosphere. Because what's happening is that Earth is passing through the debris field of Comet Swift-Tuttle. So a long time ago, this comet took this path and left chunks of itself behind in space. And every August, when we reach that point in space, we travel through those chunks, which hit our atmosphere at 59 kilometers per second. These are easiest to see in the northern hemisphere, especially before dawn, but you can also see them all night, especially if you go somewhere dark. And when you're laying back and looking at these, just imagine that you're watching Earth travel through space. This is like hitting bugs with your windshield. Happy stargazing!
Oh my God. What the hell was that? Is that a fish? Oh shit. What was that? Did you just get fished?
Your hat's sinking.
Damn.
There was a time when every home had a box of
Oh my
borax
God.
on a laundry shelf.
That's crazy.
He thought it was funny as hell.
That's crazy.
Notice how an outdoors guy, he's not going to get like mad over that. He's going to get it, be impressed or get a kick out of it, right?
Sure.
Look at that fish jump right into the water
I'll
and
be
hit
like,
your
dude,
head.
make sure you got that on camera.
Or under the kitchen sink, it was as common as salt or flour, passed down from grandmothers who knew how to keep things clean without wasting money. For generations, borax was a go-to for everything from brightening whites to keeping bugs out of the pantry. But then came the age of hyper-branded cleaners, green-washed products. Borax then fell out of favor. Not because it stopped working, but because it didn't fit the new marketing model. It's not flashy. It doesn't come in a spray bottle. However, it just works. And that's why I think all preppers, homesteaders, anyone thinking ahead or wanting to save money should probably keep it on hand. It cleans, deodorizes, kills pests, helps with mold, softens hard water, and it stays good and ready for you forever. In a world where simplicity is a strength and shelf life matters, borax isn't just an old-fashioned cleaner, it's a reliable tool in a practical toolkit.
Mandela effect?
No.
Okay, Nelson Mandela.
I was like, I know Nelson Mandela.
There was a segment of the population that believed that he died when he was in jail, and another segment said, no, he went on to become a president. And then these other things, like people began remembering the Fruit of the Loom label on underwear with a cornucopia.
Yeah.
That they say does not exist.
Stop it.
And never existed. If you Google it, the logo says it never existed. But you and I know it did. Because we're living a slightly different.
Hold on a second.
No, it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. I mean, it's the
Valerie, was there a
the monocle on the guy.
I remember a cornucopia.
Yeah, I do too. But there, if you Google it, they'll
Olivia,
say.
I think you're too young. No, yeah. Cornucopia, you're Canadian.
I don't
Do they
even
have
know what
that
a
in Canada?
cornucopia
Oh my God.
Yeah, a cornucopia it's like
In his reality, there's no cornucopia.
it's just one example,
It's
but there
like
are
a
many.
horn made of, it's like a shofar, but it's bigger and
Yeah, and
things
it's got all
spill
the-
out of it on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, all the fruit comes out, and there was a label in the back of my underwear when I was a kid.
It was
I remember
wicker.
that.
It's like a glitch in the matrix.
It's a reset. It's a little reset.
Hold on. So we have the picture here of the cornucopia. Well, let's put it on
No, but people
whoever's.
could have made that. But yes,
Yeah, but that's what
I
you think-
picture.
that's what you
I
think.
remember this.
They're saying it never existed. Fruit of the Loom says they never had that logo, and we all know they did. There are
Maybe
lyrics.
they didn't. I mean,
No, they did. But there are lyrics of songs that I was singing when I was in the '60s, and now those lyrics have. One of them, "Mama told me when I was young, be a good boy, don't ever play with guns."
Yes.
And that's not what
is it?
they changed it to something. I don't know. These are all called Mandela effects.
When you think of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, what images do you think of? Each had a very distinct style of what the culture was like, with very specific fashion, TV
this
shows,
isn't
music,
short.
design, and everything else. But after 19...
No.
It's a 15-minute video.
Oh.
I'm not even sure if I watched it.
You know what I
watched
wanted to
some of it.
share with you guys real quick? You know that it was I found it interesting because it had to do with, let me find it. It had to do with the gerrymandering thing that they were talking about. Like a lot of people are a little confused as far as like what all that means, and as far as why they're pissed off in Texas about it. This guy had a great video explaining it, and for those out there who kind of want to know, it's interesting because they redraw these districts in each state every 10 years. It's usually after the census, and then they redraw it. And it's sort of just been an agreement. Now, any state can do this anytime they want. You're not limited to just, once every 10 years if you don't want to. Texas is obviously redrawing their districts for various reasons. Obviously, it appears they want to do it because they, want more Republican seats in the House of Representatives. Now, California is bitching, Illinois is bitching, but the way they've drawn their districts, back in 2020, dude, is so egregious. It's just, it's so blatantly one-sided, and it's basically almost fraudulent the way they did it, because they basically only have, like, I think in Illinois they have like 17 representatives for the Democratic side, and I think 3 for Republicans, because of the way they gerrymandered their districts. Now they're complaining. Now they're bitching. How dare Texas? But it's like they've done it to the point where it's so one-sided. Even if they wanted to counteract Texas, it's going to be very hard to even squeeze anything out of it anymore, because it's been so one-sided since 2020 anyway. But this guy kind of breaks it down. So if you want to see a quick video on that, we can watch that too. But if you got more to show, we'll just stick with you, Noel.
It doesn't matter to me either way.
All right, we'll play a little bit of this here. Let me just pull it up real quick. Here it is.
If I did play more after, it'd probably be some shorts, not that 15.
Oh yeah, sure. I gotta show you this one real quick, bro. Hold on a second. This one. Oh my god, bro, check this guy out. What an idiot.
This is the correct way to cook canned goods. You're supposed to put your canned goods on the stove.
Oh my
and
god.
When it's done, it's supposed to open up. Shake it up a little bit. I mean, you want to have that.
And it blew up on him.
Yeah, bro. Look at his face.
Shake it up.
How'd you not know that?
Dude.
This to pop up in a little bit.
No one's ever been told you put a can in a fire, it's gonna blow up.
Dude, the crazy part is he's acting like y'all just dumb. Y'all didn't know that you're supposed to cook it you're not supposed to cook it in the can. That can's got lined with all kinds of like that they put like plastic and shit in there. Yeah, you don't want that heating up. Damn, dude. Anyway, here's what happened.
It's the point of a canned good, to eat out of it. Trying to read life.
Watch this.
You can't read life. You got that shit happen. Damn, did I get that on camera?
And the thing, he just blew his face off, and he literally, the first thing he says, "Damn, did I get that on camera?"
Yeah.
Bro, Jesus, man. Anyway, lucky he didn't really fuck himself up and mess up his eyes.
Oh shit! I got shot. Oh, damn. Now read that. What the fuck?
You do know that I have a girlfriend, right?
He's looking at himself right now going, you know what? If I can get rid of all this, I can get a better credit score. You know? What was that? Sorry, I'm just playing.
You're just trying to get canceled.
That looks painful, but he's so obsessed with posting it. It's just odd.
Damn, look how red he is,
What I'm
man.
looking at. Why is the whole lower part of his face lighter than his forehead?
The skin got
The
burnt off.
skin, the skin peeled right off on this one. The skin's gone. I guess he had blisters or something. They're gone. This is all still very red. Probably a 2nd-degree burn. His whole face is burned up, man.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think he
Different types of burning.
Very tight. Yeah, various degrees of burning. Yeah, man. It's like scalding water just got thrown onto his face.
So
Anyway,
brown
idiot,
or whiter when they
man.
can?
I guess he's white underneath. It's crazy. I didn't know that. It's like, wow. All right. Something new every day. All right. So here is the video I was talking about.
We're reacting to that change. They've triggered this response, and we're not going to roll over. And we're going to fight fire with fire. Whatever they are doing will be neutered here in the state of California.
All right, so let's talk about the gerrymandering, redistricting madness that's going on in the country right now. Now, here's a quick word from this video sponsor, HelloFresh. You've probably heard of HelloFresh. They've been delivering the chef-crafted recipes and fresh ingredients for years. But this summer, they've leveled up. This isn't the HelloFresh you remember. Now, it's bigger with double the menu. That's up to 100 options each week, from seasonal dishes to flavors from around the world. Plus, bigger portions to keep everyone full. It's healthier with high-protein and veggie-packed recipes. We're talking 2 or more veggies per dish so you can feel good about what's on the table. It's also tastier. Steaks and seafood every week at no extra cost, with 3 times more seafood than before. And every week there's fresh seasonal produce, snap peas, stone fruit, corn on the cob, delivered right to your door. Now, before doing this ad read, I ordered some food from HelloFresh and tried it, and I'm gonna say it was amazing. The dinner was quick, easy, and a lot better than takeout, and a lot healthier too. Now, the best way to cook just got better. Go to HelloFresh.com/NateTheLawyer10FM, or you can scan the QR code on the screen to get 10 free meals plus a free item for life. 1 per box with an active subscription. Free meals apply as a discount on your first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. That's HelloFresh.com/NateTheLawyer10FM for 10 free meals plus a free item for life. And remember, HelloFresh is America's #1 choice for home cooking. All right, so what's happening and why? First, let me turn to the U.S. Constitution. We're going to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Simply, it says that representatives and direct taxes are going to be apportioned among the states by the whole number of free persons. And it says you make this count of all whole persons every 10 years. Now, this does have the infamous 3/5 clause in it, 3/5 of all other persons, i.e. slave. But this was overturned by the 13th Amendment, freeing the slaves. So essentially, everybody's counted every 10 years, and it doesn't matter if you're free or a slave because we have no more slaves. Now, obviously, during the census, there are people who are specifically not counted. For instance, foreign diplomats and their families, or foreign citizens who are traveling here on vacation. And generally, everyone else is counted. But now, obviously, brings up the question, undocumented immigrants. Well, currently, if they reside in a particular state, they are counted toward the census. Now, the Trump administration is challenging that interpretation. We'll see what happens.
President Trump is now directing the Commerce Department to create a census without undocumented immigrants. Census data is used to create district maps and allocate federal funding for everything from schools to infrastructure. The nation has historically counted every person in the U.S. for the census.
So every 10 years, we count everybody up, and how many people you have in your state determines how many representatives you get. The more people you got, the more representatives you get. So the state of California, with a population of 39 million people, gets 52 seats in the House of Representatives, while a state like Delaware, with its 900,000 people, only gets 1. Now, how are the representatives elected? Well, the Constitution leaves that to the state legislatures. Here it is in Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1. It lets the state legislature determine the time, place, and manner of elections, but it allows Congress to either change the law or pass regulations. Now, the Supreme Court essentially gives state legislatures a free rein to set up their congressional districts however they want. Now, obviously, there are some restrictions, like, for instance, the Voting Rights Act. That means you can't apportion representatives based on race. But essentially everything else is fair game. So now this brings us into what's known as gerrymandering.
This is a congressional map of Pennsylvania's 7th district. So is this, and also this. So why does it keep changing? In this case, it's called gerrymandering, and here's how it impacts our democracy.
So this is Maryland's 3rd district, which you don't need to see exactly what's going on there to understand how wacky it is, but you've got Annapolis down here at the bottom, and it goes way out west, and it's got parts of Baltimore and north of Baltimore. They also have to be totally contiguous, which is why you see this kind of wandering around, and it's going to touch in all those places, sometimes by tiny amounts. Another one of my favorite ones here is the North Carolina 12th district, which goes from Greensboro and Winston-Salem all the way down to parts of Charlotte, and it basically follows Interstate 85. There's this great old quote from a state legislator saying that if you drove down the highway with both doors of your car open, you could kill most of the people in the district. Not just a rural phenomenon. Here's New York 10. So you got the Upper West Side, you got some of Central Park, anyone's living there, Greenwich Village, Financial District. Then it wanders down across there into Brooklyn and gets to Borough Park.
So as you can see, most states redistrict based on political preferences like crazy. And essentially that's the game, right? Make it harder for their guys to get in and easier for my guys to get in. Now, for the past 200 years, there's been this gentleman's agreement that essentially redistricting would happen every 10 years, right after the census. But technically, a state doesn't have to wait 10 years. They can redistrict every year if they chose to. Now, this has actually happened before. Back in 2003, Texas wanted to redistrict before the 10-year census. This all came to a head in 2003 in the famous case League of the United Latin American Citizens versus Perry. Justice Anthony Kennedy, writing for the majority, stated that nothing in the Constitution prevented a state from redrawing its electoral boundaries as many times as it wanted, so long as it did so once every 10 years. So now we're done with all that, what gerrymandering is, redistricting is. You see the legality of it and how the legislature has the authority to redistrict however they want, and more importantly, whenever they want. So now the Republicans in the state of Texas decided to redistrict early, before the 10 years was up, to give 5 more seats to the Republican Party because they can. And Democrats were outraged, calling it unconstitutional, illegal, and doing everything to stop Texas from redistricting early.
Well, now to the congressional redistricting controversy in Texas. Governor Greg Abbott is threatening to remove dozens of Democratic lawmakers after they left the state to avoid voting on the matter.
But Texas Democrats are fighting back. We're leaving the state, breaking quorum, and preventing Republicans from silencing our voices and rigging the next election.
Now, for those of you who are not up on Texas political history like that, this is not the first time this has happened. Matter of fact, this is not even the first time the Democrats have fled to stop this from happening. Here is what happened in 2003.
Now, this isn't the first time we've seen a standoff like this in Texas. In fact, back in 2003, some state lawmakers left Austin during a fight over redistricting.
This week, there being 80 ayes, 0 nays, the motion fails for lack of quorum.
A mirror of 18 years ago.
Members, if I can have your attention, a quorum is not present.
Then Speaker Tom Craddock issuing arrest warrants for members of the House who went to Oklahoma to delay a vote on redistricting.
And I think that the chicken D's that did this ought to be ashamed of themselves today. And that's what they are, is a bunch of chicken D's.
Democrats from the 2003 walkout supporting those who are in Washington, D.C. now.
So now, before we get into the numbers, here are what Democrats are saying about this whole redistricting plan.
They govern a district's contiguousness that the state's Democrat-dominated Court of Appeals threw it out. The New York Times at the time called those maps comically contorted. That's their quote. So your state's highest court at the time, all the judges appointed by Democratic governors, they threw the maps out. So fair to say Democrats have done what they're now accusing Republicans of doing.
No, we followed the rules. We do it every 10 years. We base it on census.
But the court said you didn't follow the rules.
Well, we did follow the rules.
So the court was wrong?
Well, we followed the rules.
Every major group that grades the fairness of congressional maps gives your state an F. Common Cause, a nonpartisan government watchdog, even says your map represents a nearly perfect model for everything that can go wrong with redistricting. And I guess the question is, you talk about preserving democracy. How do you preserve democracy if you're using the same tactics that you've criticized Texas Republicans for?
But as I say, what they're talking about is a distraction.
If Texas lawmakers are trying to talk fairness in the partisan process, Illinois is the last place they should be looking to or coming to.
I want to start off by asking you this morning, the homepage of the group you lead, the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, says, quote, "There is no off-season in redistricting. Gerrymandering poses a critical threat to our democracy." But now you're arguing that Democrats are going to have to use gerrymandering, quote, "in order to save our democracy." So let me ask you, how can gerrymandering both be a threat to democracy and also the way to save it?
Well, there's no question that gerrymandering is a threat to our democracy. It allows politicians to pick their voters.
In the past, states do this after the census. Okay, you get the census every 10 years, you find out, different number of people. Sometimes it makes sense. You have to redraw districts and so forth. Now, Trump wants a do-over. They did it after 2020 in Texas. And he's saying, because they found out that he got a bigger part of the Hispanic vote, that they could redo the districting and maybe he'll win those districts. They've got Austin voting Republican. Mm-hmm. Now, here's my question, Dr. Phil. You're from Texas. This is some bullshit, isn't it?
All right. So to really understand this, the representatives from the House of Representatives are supposed to represent the people. So if you have a state that's 50% Republican and 50% Democrats, you would expect that their congressional representation would be 50-50. And you can see this clearly with two states, Colorado and Minnesota. They both have 8 total House seats, and it's split 4-4. And when you look at the presidential election, the Republican candidate, Trump, in Colorado got 43%, while Harris, the Democrat, got 54%. And in Minnesota, Trump got 46%, while Harris got 50%. But when you go to apportionment, it just comes out to 4 Republicans and 4 Democrats, which seems fair in this particular situation. So we took this same approach and analyzed all 50 states. We first looked at their current House apportionment and looked at their presidential election, how the numbers ran out, and then what would the numbers be if the apportionment of representatives followed the actual votes from the people of that state. Let's start with a state like California. California has a total of 52 seats. 9 go to the Republican and 43 go to Democrats. So about 17% of the state's seats go to Republicans. Now, if you remove all independents and other people who got votes in the presidential election and just keep the race between Harris and Trump essentially got about 40% of California's votes, while Harris got almost 60% of the votes. So if you take those numbers and then base the House apportionment on those numbers, Republicans should technically have 21 seats, while Democrats should only have 31 seats. Now, even though California is crazy, the state of Illinois is even wilder because Republicans only hold 3 seats out of the 17 seats that they're apportioned. But if you just did the seat apportionment based on the amount of votes that the Republican candidates get versus Democratic candidates get, it would be closer to Republicans having 8 seats and Democrats only having 9 seats. So Republicans would pick up 5 seats in this particular situation. Now, this also happens in red states where, for instance, in Texas, the Republicans would go from having 25 seats to 22 seats if the vote tallies were done based on presidential election results. And if you take this same philosophy and look at Florida, Democrats would actually gain 4 seats in Florida. So what I did was I took every single state, used the same philosophy to reapportion the states based on how they voted in the presidential election, and this is how everything came out. Now, I have to caveat this because there are 4 vacant seats currently in Congress. For instance, New Jersey's 9th District, Bill Pascrell, he died on August 21st, 2024. And Texas's 18th, Sheila Jackson Lee, died on July 19th, 2024. So now, in those cases like Sheila Jackson Lee, she's in a heavily Democrat, always Democrat district. So I obviously put that seat in the Democrat side. And then where was a Republican who resigned, I put that seat in the Republican column. So as of right now, the GOP officially would have 220 seats instead of the 219 they currently have. And Democrats with those extra seats would have 215 seats. But now if we apportioned every single congressional seat to the vote totals of the presidential election, the Democrats would actually lose 4 seats, bringing Republicans control of the House from 220 to 224 seats, and Democrats would then be at 211 seats. And when you look at the Republican list, if you take Florida, where Democrats would get 4 seats, North Carolina, Democrats would gain 3 seats, Texas, they would also gain 3 seats, and Iowa, they would gain 2 seats. If you add just those up together, that's as many seats as Republicans would gain in California alone. So just looking at the data and analyzing it, you see the Democrats are the ones who are benefiting from redistricting. And that benefit equates to about 4 extra seats that should be Republican seats. And the states that are the 2 worst offenders are both California and Illinois. And while on the GOP side, the worst offenders are Texas, Florida, and North Carolina. So based on the data, it's very clear that the Democrats really don't have an argument here. They've been benefiting off of this gerrymandering for years. So now that we know the 2 worst states at gerrymandering are Illinois and California, here is the governor of Illinois on NBC trying to make the case that Texas's gerrymandering is unethical, illegal, and immoral. But NBC News is going to hold his feet to the fire.
And he knows he's going to lose the Congress in 2026. That's why he's going to his allies and hoping that they can save him. And we've all got to stand up against this. It's cheating. Donald Trump is a cheater. He cheats on his wives. He cheats at golf. And now he's trying to cheat the American people out of their votes.
Well, look, sticking on your state's map, every major group that grades the fairness of congressional maps gives your state an F. Common Cause, a nonpartisan government watchdog, even says your map, and I'm going to quote, represents a nearly perfect model for everything that can go wrong with redistricting. And I guess the question is, you talk about preserving democracy. How do you preserve democracy if you're using the same tactics that you've criticized Texas Republicans for?
But as I say, what they're talking about is a distraction. The reality is that the violation of people's voting rights is what Texas is attempting to do. That's what's wrong with.
Dude, these people are just insufferable. But you can see, the way he broke it down was like the best explanation I've seen on the whole gerrymandering, debate. And I've been hearing a lot about that. And I've heard, the Democrats do it, and why is Texas doing it? And I get it. Okay, they're definitely doing it to gain more seats. Now, but if you look at the overall, the biggest problems that we have out there with gerrymandering, it seems to be the Democratic Party has done their fair share of it, right? So anyway, I just thought it was interesting for and it's good information to have when you talk to your family members or friends or people like that, because they're going to spew the talking points that they're going to hear. But this breaks it down really nice. So anyway,
Buddy's view of it, or what he was sort of explaining, like, it's good for reference to kind of see, but his theory or whatever, the way he's doing it is wrong, right? So just like to have the by popular vote or the presidential vote as a comparison, it doesn't really pan out, because it's not by popular vote, it's by district, right? So let's say in California, if you have 40% Republicans and 60% Democrats, which is what he said, if they were all spread out evenly, then every district would be Democrat, right? Because the 60% would vote the 40% in every district, right? It's by district, not by popular vote. So I know he's getting at, it's like, well,
they just, the way they draw the maps is
something to see,
is to guarantee that these areas are more Republican, so they're going to vote more Republican and have a Republican, person win it. And what they should do is just basically draw it by geographical lines and based off, certain population areas, right? I would think that's one way you could do it. You can look at an area and say, okay, well, this area of Texas, for instance, even though it's a lot larger area, it encompasses the same amount of people like you would have in, say, Austin or Houston. I'm saying Houston would have to be broke up quite a bit, because it's like the third largest city in the United States. So you'd have to have a couple different districts there. But, you could separate it like that and have both Republican and Democrat in the area and let them fight it out based off, how they want to vote. But instead, they sort of draw it so that, you're guaranteed a win in those areas. And that's why some of these lifelong, both Republican and Democrat, benefit from this. And this is why we can't get these people out of office, is because, like, Nancy Pelosi, her district's probably drawn up so that there is hardly any Republican vote to oppose her. So, that's it. I see them, like, it needs to be, definitely dealt with. I think this is a big problem. I mean, the way they draw these districts are ridiculous and obviously, egregious. But yeah, I think it's nice to kind of see it and see how, like, the maps are laid out, and you're like, wow, you can definitely see some shenanigans, but yeah, that's just one of the things. And I've always wondered, like, why is it these same people who do such a terrible job keep getting their job back? Why isn't Pelosi voted out? Well, hell no, dude. I mean, if you look at her district, I'm sure it's solid drawn up that Democrats are going to live in this area, and that's just the way, I guess, it is all over the United States. But anyway, I mean, I guess Texas is doing it like now, and it's obvious what they're doing. Okay, this has nothing to do with anything but just gaining more seats. And I think it's to get people like, remember the guy with the cane, waving at Trump, dastardly deeds. I think they're going to try to, draw him out, draw out Jasmine Crockett, and I think she's just going to lose for sure, because once they redraw her district, which they are, she's going to be gone. So I mean, it's I can see why they're pissed, and I can see it's pretty. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's a shitty political move, but you know, it's not like they're doing anything illegal. So there you have it. All right, so let me go back to you, Noble. There you go, man. You got some shorts for us?
The American system is like so great, but yet so much of it I see is so jacked and screwed.
I know, and I think it's interesting to kind of, you know, dive into this stuff, man, and kind of look at it, because, you know, for a lot of us, I mean, I hear about gerrymandering once every 10 years. I don't know. I really didn't understand it until
During our tenure,
saw some of these videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what else is so jacked? Oh, right. All the money in Congress and people just being paid off.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
that's
talking
pretty
about like
jacked.
the insider trading and stuff that's going
No,
on.
I'm talking about what do you call it? Like the
Bribes?
pharmaceutical companies.
You mean like bribes and stuff like that?
Well, it's official bribes. It's
Well,
allowed.
It's
essentially.
because it's a campaign contribution.
Yeah, no, what
But
do you
then-
call it? What do you call it when they're giving money?
Oh, donation.
Well, what do you call the people that go to Congress to promote?
Lobbyists.
Lobbyists, yes. It's like so.
No,
damn
the lobbyists
absurd.
need to
It's
be.
absurd.
The
It's like
lobbyists need to be. Yes,
it's
I
corporate
agree.
America. There's like that has nothing to do with the people. Pretty
It's
much.
people that get in there and get full access to these politicians, which the normal common man doesn't get, and they get to go in there and, again, campaign contributions, obviously, but everybody knows there's underhanded stuff like Pelosi with the millions that she's accrued by being in Congress, right? She is, because she gets an inside track on some of the, you know, the stock trades, and I mean, her stock portfolio is amazing. I mean, if you trade like Pelosi, you're just bound to do well, because she knows going on, you know, she knows what's going to pass, what's not going to pass, what they're working on, you know, what certain companies are doing. She can move things around and score really nice in the stock market. So yeah, she's got a inside track. Now, is it illegal? No, but again, it's one of those things that just allows more corruption. And I think a lot of people have talked about, like, well, when you're a sitting congressman or senator, you shouldn't be allowed to dabble in the stock market. But how do you really, you know, how do you do that? Like, you could always have your money and somebody could be doing it for you. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily under your account. It could be somebody else working, you know, just, you know, right? It could be your your financial person or whoever. So I don't think there's any way they could really, you know, put a cap on that. Anyway, what do you got? What is this?
during our tenure,
Oh,
no
fine.
family has slept in the street in our city.
Oh yeah.
What?
Did you actually just
During our tenure, no family has slept in the street in our city.
In New York.
what?
Wow.
Did you actually just say on the record that during your tenure, no family has slept in the streets of New York City?
Correct.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, yes.
Have you been out in New York City? Have you been in the subways? That is categorically untrue. It blows my mind that you would actually even say that.
Ooh-wee.
But those kind of statements are so offensive and obscene. It's almost like you don't live here.
I live here.
I would
out of
suggest you
New
not
York City.
respond, because that comment is so absurd and everyone in the room knows it.
Morning, Mike.
Oh, hello.
Wow.
What are you glued to, Cameron?
Just your screen, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. What do you do for a living,
Well,
Cameron?
I'm a carpenter.
A carpenter, right. So how safe is that for the climate?
Well, I work with timber, which is a much more sustainable material rather than concrete. I also
But you work with
retrofit-
trees that have been cut down then, don't you?
It's a sustainable building practice.
How is it sustainable if you're killing trees?
Because it's regenerative, you can grow trees.
Right. Well, you can grow all sorts of things, can't you?
Well, you can't grow concrete.
You can. See you, Cameron.
What the hell?
Cheerio.
That was Cameron.
Cameron
He broached-
didn't even know what to say to that nonsense.
Yes, you can grow concrete. What?
Sure you can.
trees and then cuts them down and then makes things from them. Brilliant. Marvelous.
A traveler from India went to Africa, and while in the jungle, he saw thousands of beautiful, multicolored talking parrots. He decided to capture a talking parrot and take it back as his pet. At home, he kept his parrot in a cage, and generally, he treated him very well. When it was time for the man to return to Africa 2 years later, he asked his parrot if there was any message that he could deliver to the parrot's friends who were back in the jungle. Well, the parrot told his master to say that he was very happy in his cage, and that he was enjoying each day and to convey his love. Well, when the traveler arrived back in Africa, he delivered the message to the parrots back in the jungle. Just as he finished his story, a parrot with tears welling up in his eyes fell over dead. The man was alarmed, and he decided that the parrot must have been very close to the parrot in the cage, and that this was probably the reason for the sadness and for his demise. When the traveler returned to India, he told his pet what had happened. As he finished his story, Pet Parrot's eyes welled up with tears, and he kneeled over dead in his cage. The man was astounded, but he figured that his pet died from the despair of hearing of the death of his close friend back in the jungle. The trader opened up the cage and tossed the dead bird outside onto the trash heap. Immediately, Pet Parrot flew up to a branch on the tree outside. The trader said to him, "So you're not dead after all. Why did you do that? You tricked me." And the parrot responded, "Because that bird back in Africa sent me a very important message." What was the message? The trader wanted to know. He told me that if you want to escape from your cage, you must die while you're alive.
The story of Rumpelstiltskin. Rumpelstiltskin, he is this little magical dude. There's this farmer who promises the king that his daughter can spin hay into gold. So the king basically takes the daughter, and the daughter's like, "I can't do that." And the king's like, "You have till whatever time to do it, or else I'm going to kill you." She was desperate, and then in comes this little magical man and says, "I can do this." And so he does it, pleases the king. Girl is finally granted freedom. He said, "If you ever have a child, your child belongs to me." And she ended up getting free, has a child. In comes this little man, says, "Your child belongs to me." And she's like, "I can't give you my child. I'll do anything." He's like, "Nope." She said, "I can give you anything," because she's now a rich woman. He says, "Nothing is more valuable than a human life." He said, "You can keep your child if you can guess my name." And they're trying to figure out his name. Nothing was working. One of her servants followed the little man home, and he was dancing around fire, basically singing, "I am Rumpelstiltskin." Then he comes in and says, "Your name is Rumpelstiltskin." He's furious, and that's basically the end of the story.
So here's a picture that they give us from Mars.
Who's they?
This is from Devon Island in Canada.
Who gave you those photos? Because those are the same picture, colored differently, with no sources on them.
This is another picture from Mars.
Who's your source?
This is from Devon Island in Canada.
No, these are from social media, where someone duplicated the same picture, recolored one, and then mislabeled them. Devon Island is real, though. If I zoom in this isolated region of Canada, I can find a research base with NASA equipment. I mean, look at this, a NASA sticker. This is Google Earth. You can go check it out. Over here, you can see a van with a NASA sticker. This says Mars over here. This says the moon over here. This is Devon Island. What is it? Devon Island is the largest uninhabited island in the world, and it's uninhabited because it's freezing, it's dry, and it's very hard to live on, like Mars. Research base is like right here, and this is a 23-kilometer impact crater that formed over 30 million years ago, which makes it very similar to Mars. These are real photos. Here's Devon Island. Here's Mars. They certainly use this region to train for these crazy environments off our planet. Scientists use this part of the island to train people and technology for Mars. It's called the Houghton Mars Project. You can look it up. And as much as some people want you to think that the government doesn't want you to know about this, it is on NASA websites. And it is so incredibly cool. And you really should
Can
go
I just
find
say something though? Honestly, why would you want to fly? I'll go all the way up there to Canada when you could simply, you could build up a course for this thing to travel on. Now, granted, you might not experience the cold, but one would assume that they've got that figured out. Because it doesn't snow on Mars. Well, I guess unless you're at the North Pole. But like, why would you take all that equipment up there just to drive around a rover that you could simply just build a course in an environment, somewhere, maybe even enclosed? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make much sense to me. Sounds to me like,
I
I
think they
don't
like
know.
to spend money and go on vacations.
I don't know, man. It just
Do a
sounds a
little traveling.
little extreme. But then again, it's NASA, and they don't give a fuck, I guess.
Yeah, I get no idea. Obviously,
Yeah.
there's arguments both ways on it.
Yeah. Well,
but nonetheless, I thought it was interesting. Like,
oh yeah, it is. It is.
NASA
But
does have a place up on an island.
sure,
in the
and
Arctic.
they admit it. They admit it, right? And
Yeah.
she's trying to say, well, of course, they're just training, and that's why you have, this and that. And it's like, I don't know. maybe they got caught, and this is the backstory, So
Well, but one thing is there's a high percentage of the shit that comes on the internet, especially TikTok, that's just nonsense.
Mhm.
People literally they just change the color of an image and label it and be like, "Oh, look what they're trying to pass off." Is
Well,
some- Who?
remember when we got the new images of Mars, supposedly, like the sky and everything looked similar to Earth, and when we got the Viking stuff back in the 70s, it looked like this toxic red, place, and they said, well, they used a red filter to show it. Now, why? What do you show it in its natural color? Why? Because you were trying to really convey the idea that you're on the red planet. Get it?
And it's a red planet. It has to be
Yeah, well, it's got to be red. All right,
I don't know what the fuck to think about any of it, but
that's interesting.
Real information about it.
It took me years to realize something crazy in Snow White. We know the dwarfs have similar facial features, a long white beard and strong chattiness. But wait, I've always wondered why Dopey is with them, if he's way younger and overall different. Well,
right before they even get to where they're going here, that little childish like dwarf is called Dopey, aka drugged or doped, right?
Okay.
I was just realizing that, like, really, they made the kid one Dopey. Shit, because you drug the kids to do rituals, right? That's what's done.
Well,
Oh,
what if I
boy.
told you he was actually found by the dwarves after his parents abandoned him? This is why he never spoke. But there's more. After the events of Snow White, he realizes he's too different from the dwarves and travels all the way to Italy. Here, he cultivates his passion for woodworking and cuckoo clocks, a passion he learned from the dwarves. And guess what? He becomes Geppetto. Think about it. They have the same eye color and facial features, not to mention the clumsy behavior. And if that's not enough, why do you think Pinocchio was released right after Snow White? Mind-blowing.
Huh. Okay. What the fuck is that, dude? Oh, I've seen this before. Yeah,
Wait a second.
they claim
This
it's
looks
ball
like a real
lighting.
bot when
Right.
Yeah.
It is kind of weird, like,
I think it's
if you watch it, there's an area like that. There's not as much of an aura around it. It sort of curves out like a heart shape. The energy around it. I'll back it up. Not all even energy around it. See the light?
Yeah.
The V-shape.
Wow.
In there, some part of the ball. Right there. You see this?
it's weird.
Curve, like the heart shape of the glow.
Yeah. Notice how it's
That's what makes me think it's real.
Yeah. It's like as it moves around, it's like that. What was those? Remember those glass cylinders that they used to have, the glass the orb, sorry, like the circle, like it was a glass sphere, and you put your hands on it, remember, and it would like touch
Yeah.
you,
It's
like
like
it had that gas in there, remember,
Yeah.
that ionized gas or whatever, and it would like bzz, it reminds me of something like that, because it's like, it's grounding out on the pavement. It's weird.
It is similar. It would be like a static charge. It is like a high static charge, essentially. But
Yeah.
it's dielectric more so than any current, which is what lightning is. It's all voltage, no current. But same with those balls. That's why they're not dangerous, but it seems like crazy, right? Like electricity jumping around, but it's just it's pretty much all voltage and no current there. This is crazy.
Hey, wait a second. This looks like a real body. When they broke the arm off, they noticed bone, muscle, tendons. This is Albert McCurdy. Joseph Johnson is the undertaker. He left the body in the funeral home for a couple weeks, waiting for someone to claim him. So he embalms him and just leans him up against the wall in his office. And people all over town start showing up because they're like, hey, I hear there's a dead guy at the funeral home. We can go look at it. Joseph is like, wait a second. I can make some money off that.
No.
So he puts him in a separate room and he's charging people to come in. So word starts to spread that you can go see this dead dude in Oklahoma.
Sure.
He's like, I cannot release him to anyone who's not the family. So James and Charles Patterson showed up one day and they said, yeah, this is our brother-in-law. And Joseph is like, okay, here you go.
They lied.
They shipped him to Kansas where their traveling carnival, the Great Patterson Carnival shows.
They lied.
They took him on the road with their carnival and they called him the Embalmed Bandit exhibit. So they did this for 6 years.
6 years? How long does embalming last, I guess?
After those 6 years, the ownership of this circus was transferred over to Lois Sony. And this guy, he put it into his traveling museum of crime. And so in the museum of crime, you could come see a real dead bank robber. And they did this till 1949.
Wow. For 30 years?
1949, Lois Sony died. They put all of the circus into this warehouse in LA where his son, Dan, just kind of was responsible for all this crap. He gets a call from a filmmaker who's filming a movie called She Freak and needed a dead body. And he's like, you know what? I actually have a wax figure of a dead guy.
He thinks it's wax?
So he has no idea that this guy is an actual dead guy. Elmer McCurdy's real corpse is dead in the background of the film. 4 years later, Dan sells McCurdy's body along with a bunch of other wax figures to Spoonie Singh, which is the owner of the Hollywood Wax Museum.
This guy has been dead for 50 years at this point.
Right after he buys the body, there just happened to be this exhibit at Mount Rushmore. They sent it back to Spoonie, and I guess at Mount Rushmore it was pretty windy, so the tips of his ears got blown off. He lost a couple fingers, and so he got it, and he was like, man, this is a little too gruesome for my wax museum. And he sold it to an Ed Learch, who is the owner of the Pike Amusement Park in Long Beach, California. Ed was like, this is perfect to be a hanging prop in the gallows of my haunted house.
Yeah, it is now.
So they hung his lifeless body in a noose, and it was there until 1976.
76. He's been dead for 65 years. Does anybody ever figure out it's a real person?
Yeah, so here's what happened. On December 8th, 1976, the TV show The $6 Million Man was filming an episode at the Pike Amusement Park. Production assistant said, hey, we need to move the noose gallows thing to a different part. When they were putting it back, they broke the arm off. When they broke the arm off, they noticed bone, muscle, tendons. This looks like a real body. So this launches an investigation because it's been like 20 years since anyone has any idea who this guy is. They traced it back. They discovered this was the body of Elmer McCurdy. Nobody claims him. Eventually, they bury him in Oklahoma next to another famous bank robber.
After police say he traveled.
That's pretty messed up.
Dude, you know, if I die, I just hope that I get whatever, you know, like
you end up like that guy.
Yeah, I end up like this guy, like being some sort of carnival attraction
Hanging around in a noose.
Wow,
in an amusement park.
No, isn't that crazy, dude? But the embalming thing is crazy. Like the fact that they actually thought they just had a dummy, like this was an embalmed person, and how long is that shit, dude? I didn't think that.
I
shit
know,
would,
like
it's kind of crazy.
Like it's probably relatively true, the story, the way it goes, but my conspiracy mind and knowing of the evils that work in the world make me think they all knew it was a dead body.
Sure.
And it was promoting death and they loved it. You know, they're just evil pieces of shit.
Oh, maybe.
I could be wrong, but you know, it's sort of like what I want to jump to.
3,000 miles to abduct a young girl. We've told you about this man before. He actually ran for Congress on a disturbing platform to legalize incest and pedophilia. Nathan Larson faces multiple sex crime charges tonight. Police say he met a 12-year-old girl on social media, went to Fresno, California to meet her, and then abducted her and attempted to fly back to D.C. But authorities caught up with them on a layover in Denver. Larson ran for Virginia's 10th district seat as an independent back in 2018. And here's what he told us when we questioned him about his disturbing views 2 years ago.
What about sexual relations with your own children?
Like, I would favor, like, legalizing incest.
Why is that?
just because personal freedom.
What about the children's rights? Wouldn't that be rape to have sex with a child?
Well, like with girls, I
Like,
mean, I just
bro,
believe that
you
it
got to
should
think
be
about
for
it.
others to make those decisions.
Wow.
That's extremely
What an
disturbing. Prior to running for
evil piece
Congress,
of shit.
Did you hear what he just said? Up to the fathers to make those decisions.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. I can't believe
Larson,
this guy
more
is
than-
honestly, seriously, ran for office. That's crazy. All
a
right.
year in prison for threatening to kill President Barack Obama. So how does a guy like that get on the ballot? Well, all you need in order to run as an independent in Virginia, 1,000 signatures.
The guy with the daughter in the bathtub. What happened?
So that's Nathan Larson. This is him. This is actually why I looked up that video, because I've seen this video.
The guy with the daughter in the bathtub. What happened?
So that's Nathan Larson. After I hacked his site, after I submitted it to the authorities, to all the news stations, he gets arrested with a 12-year-old girl. I don't think he got charged with it, but he got the kidnapping charge. Nathan Larson then went to federal prison for that. To my knowledge, when you're a person like him, you're going to be separated in a federal prison from the regular inmates. Spoiler alert, but Nathan Larson's dead. The reason why he's dead is due to starvation. The news says that it's suicide. If I had to guess, the inmates that were responsible for feeding him just let him starve to death. I believe he deserved every second of that pain.
You and me both.
What if a real car looked like a comic strip? Artist Joshua Vides wrapped.
Wow, bro.
Yes,
Did
so he went
really?
from running for, what was it, Senate, to getting arrested to death. So,
yeah,
no more his ideas from him, at least.
Mm.
Have you ever seen this before?
No.
This is actually like
I've seen raps, but that's wicked cool, man. Like if I think I know what he did, he wrapped it to look like a comic strip.
What if a real car looked like a comic strip? Artist Joshua Vides wraps vehicles in white vinyl and hand paints bold black lines,
way,
turning them into
dude.
mind-bending 2D illusions. Inspired by Aha's Take On Me, his work blurs
Right.
reality and art, pushing car customization beyond paint into pure visual storytelling.
That's so messed
Okay,
up,
guys,
man.
does anybody know what's
That's
going
wild.
on down in?
You gotta have some money just to throw around for fun to do something like that, though.
Yeah, just a normal wrap costs about $4 to $5 grand on a car, So,
And who
depending on
really
the
wants
car.
their car to look like that all the time, right?
I would,
Well,
my brain would
true.
twitch if I saw that on the road. I wouldn't know what to do. And
Yeah, I know, right?
run into
But
it.
but I'm a huge fan. That was like one of my favorite videos with that Aha video, man. And yeah, just I don't know if I'd pay $4 grand to have it done, but it'd be cool to see,
Yeah. You need it as like a second vehicle or something for fun,
Yeah.
to have something that looks like that. But it's wild how it looks like computer generated shit on the screen here. Doesn't even look real.
In Australia right now, because apparently on the evening of August 8th through the 9th, there was like 100 to 150 masked members of the National Socialist Network, which is a neo-Nazi network that conducted an unannounced march through Melbourne's central business district around 1 a.m. These guys were dressed in complete black. They had balaclavas clothing. They paraded through the Burke Street Mall, surrounding areas for about an hour, chanting slogans I can't repeat on here, obviously, while carrying banners with the same message and Australian flags, as well as, National Socialist Network flags. Apparently, the march is led by a convicted neo-Nazi activist known for previous assaults who's promoted, supremacist ideologies and stuff like that. Apparently, the Victoria police were notified shortly after, and they showed up to monitor the group, but they were unable to halt the procession because there was way too many people and not enough police there. Interestingly enough, during the event, an aggressive homeless man confronted the leader and attacked him, which led to a brief altercation where the man was assaulted by some of the other members and hospitalized with non-threatening
That's a lot of
life
National
injury.
Socialists. Holy shit. Usually at these things, there's only maybe a couple, like a couple dozen. But damn. Okay. All right. That's interesting. I'm surprised that's taken a hold over there in Australia. Anyway.
Right. Well, look at Australia.
Well,
It's easy to get
the
extreme
government,
kickback, right?
well, they were the ones that were really draconian when it came to the, Jaworski. So,
Yeah, they're psycho.
Yeah.
It was because of COVID. I decided there's no way I'd ever step foot in Australia when it's probably the key place I would have liked to go.
Me too. Yeah.
Like, there's no way I'm going there. They're fucking crazy.
Their government and the fact they went along with that is disgusting to me. Awful.
But there were no arrests made at the scene, though police stated they were going to investigate the incident and emphasized that they would not tolerate any hate-based behavior.
When I left Fox, I went to MGM for one picture.
Yeah, I just saved this because, like, holy cow, it's Shirley Temple. She's on Larry King talking. What the hell? This is so wild to me.
Yeah.
She was so dead. Like,
Yeah, she died as a child. That's why she never made any more movies.
Absolutely dead. Yeah.
for sure. My mom, like, was all kind of, like, upset over that.
My dad told me that she had passed away when I was a kid, and he talked about Shirley Temple, and he said that she was older than he was, and that she died when she was young. Then I mentioned it to him again, and he it was like, no. So she went on to be in government and everything else. I'm like, Dad, I remember you telling me this story about her, and like it was like I was talking to a different dad. Very strange.
Oh, I think he just got an update.
Oh, totally. My dad was great at taking updates, man. He was like Wikipedia. It's amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of people had the exact same, sometimes wrong reasons or wrong details. It's weird. Anyway.
When I left Fox, I went to MGM for one picture. Thank goodness, only one. And when I got there with my mother, we were separated. She went into the office of Louis B. Mayer, and I went into the office of Arthur Freed. He was going to talk to me about a movie he wanted to put me in. I'm 12 years old, And I thought he was a producer, but instead he was an exhibitor. And I'd never seen anyone naked before, except myself. So I had no clue about what was happening. So it struck me so funny, I laughed at him. And I laughed uproariously. I had tears, and he got infuriated. And he said, out, 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 go.
Did you tell your mother?
Well, I was very quiet. I went down and met her in the lobby of the administration building. She came out very quietly from Louis B. Mayer's office, and we walked hand in hand silently to the car, which was unusual. We got in the car driving home. I said, Mom, you won't believe what happened to me. And I told her what happened, and she got kind of quiet. And she said, well, you don't know what happened to me. Louis B. Mayer wasn't as bad as Freed was to me. He came on to my mother. And so we both decided that we didn't like MGM much. It was better at Fox.
Oh no, it's coming my way. It saw me. I compel you in the name of Jesus. Be gone, evil spirit. I think he's actually taunting. He's looking for trouble. Uh-oh. Did he find a target? Let's see what's over here. No? He's driving around. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I said he. It might be gender neutral. Oh, is he really coming this way? Is this happening? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Is this really? Are you
No
kidding
way.
How in the world did it turn itself?
Dude, go back and play that one more time.
You can hope that God or Jesus is going to help you, but if you don't do anything to help yourself, then don't expect much.
Dude, the
Well, I
thing
wouldn't
is,
have expected
when
it
a
to
shopping
turn.
cart has your number, there's nothing you can do. Those things are. You want to talk about the dolls are evil? I'll tell you what, shopping carts, man, to me have a lot of demonic possession, I believe.
He had a full minute to open the door, get out, and get the shopping cart. And
I think he was just like unbelievable. Why
I think
is
he was
this
just,
car
he was in
coming?
shock, bro. Look at that.
But odds are it's going to hit somebody else's car. But he doesn't seem to give a shit. He'd rather just film it.
So you're saying he deserved it?
Yeah.
No, it's coming my way. It saw me.
Oh shit! Look, dude, right here.
I compel you in the name of Jesus.
Right there. See, that's what
Be
you
gone, evil spirit.
Uh-huh. You're
I
mocking
think he's
God.
actually taunting. He's looking for trouble.
Dude, that's so funny, dude. It's just it's like
Did he
it's
find a target?
lurking
Let's
in
see
the
what's over
parking
here.
lot. It's looking for a
No?
witness.
Just driving around. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I said he. It might be gender neutral. Oh, is he really coming this way? Is this happening? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, bro. That's what you get for mocking Jesus.
Are you kidding me?
Get him, Jesus.
Is this really?
Bam.
Are you kidding
Yeah.
me? Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Hit him again.
God won. Punk 0.
All right, come on, Liam.
Hey, dude.
Every time I
Hey,
hear this
dude.
music,
I've been through this before, bro. Like, we did this when I was a kid, and we lifted a fully grown ass man straight up with this, like, we had 2 fingers. So we put our fists together, and we have our fingers sticking out like together, just the 2, right? Like you're shooting a gun.
Comment on that,
bro. I'm telling you, listen, man.
Did you do
This shit
stiff
was
as a
trippy.
board, light as a
Yes. Yes. And we put our hands and we did the same thing. You could, bro. And we tried to lift that fool and we couldn't do it. And then he was like I don't know, 160-pound dude. I was just a kid. And then we each got under the knees and then like on his shoulders. And we lift that dude right up. I swear, if I didn't do it myself, I wouldn't believe it. But we did that. And I kept thinking, that's always stuck with me. Like, what type of witchcraft I was messing with back then, man. Because that's some trippy shit. I don't know if it's just mind over matter or what. What do you think?
Yeah, we did it when we were young too, once or twice.
Okay.
But we were very young, like 8, 9, 10.
Right. That's the perfect age to get you indoctrinated into the witchcraft.
And the person we were lifting was one of the heavier kids, not lighter kids, like a dude. I can't remember who, but it wasn't
We
like
lifted a man. Oh,
yeah, well, we tried to lift, and clearly there's no way whatever it would be, the 4 or 5 kids could lift this other kid. Like, it just wasn't possible. We weren't strong enough.
Well,
And
especially
then-
with your
and then-
2 fingers.
Yeah, and then it was like nothing, and we'd lift like to shoulder height.
It was unbelievable.
And
bro.
yeah, no, it's not witchcraft. It's just exactly that, mind over matter. But it's
Okay.
because you're
Yeah.
using. You could say it is. There's a connection to witchcraft.
All right, now let me ask you
Sure,
this.
because the fact
Yeah.
that one of the reasons why it works is because you're saying it, you're thinking it and saying it, so you're
Okay.
putting it into
So
physicality.
it's intent.
right?
Okay, it's
With-
intent. Let me
Yeah,
ask.
but it's not just mind. Like, it's because your voice. And here's the key thing I want to point out now is
All right.
that that's the advantage we have. Everyone's like, "Oh, I want to go to heaven," or "I want to, go back to where we came from, leave this evil place," or same thing. Like, "Oh, people are so scared of demons or
Do is
something."
make this place better.
The fact that we have physicality, that is an advantage,
Right.
completely in creation. Why? Because we can create waves with our voice. We have a voice. Or we can hit drums or do whatever, right?
Okay.
We can create physicality wave movements, which is a carrier wave for the intent that we can also put forth with it from our consciousness.
Okay.
All the disembodied entities, they ain't got shit. They can't
Okay.
do this.
Let me ask you
And
something.
I'm not saying you should be doing all kinds of things when you don't know what you're messing with, but my point is that our bodies is a gift. It's not a shitty thing.
I don't feel like I was
As soon
doing.
as you lose it,
evil.
you're gonna be like, I want to go back. Put me back.
Sure. But maybe point is to all that what you just said is the reason all that happened to us is because the intent was for us to change, or at least to understand it better, so we can understand ourselves better. I was wondering though, Noble. So if you can do this to a man, what does it say you couldn't do it to a large, heavy object? What if you had like say a large stone, and you had, everybody could, grab a piece of that stone, and you try to lift it and you can't do it. What if we were to put our hands over that stone, okay, and with the belief that this is going to make it light as a feather? I wonder if we could lift the stone, because I know we've done it with people, but I'm like, what if we had a true blue 300 kilogram, whatever, or whatever stone, 300-pound stone? Obviously, there's no way we're lifting it right with 2 fingers. So if we were to prove that and do that, I wonder if that's just like, dude, do we have something there? Like, if that were to happen, could we prove that maybe that's how they move stuff? Maybe in the Egyptian times when they were building things, like building large monuments. Is there ways maybe they were using that type of energy, that type of focus to do it? Maybe it's a little simpler than we think.
It would make a good South Park episode where like they travel into the past and in Egypt and they're just going stiff as a
Yeah.
board, light as a
Yeah.
feather, stiff as a
Well,
board, light as a feather.
I'm only bringing it up because I've done it and it blew me away and it's always stuck with me and
Oh yeah, it works like a mofo.
it does fucking work. Anyway, go ahead and play the video, bros. I'm sure people have seen it.
Come on, lady. So everybody go. You're gonna go in the armpits, lady, and try to lift right here. Alright, go right here. So 2 fingers, you're gonna go under his legs. Right here, under his legs. No, right here, lady, under his thighs. Just 2 fingers, you're gonna try to lift them. Ready? 1, 2, 3, try to lift them. That nigga heavy as hell. Hold on, let's do it again. Just for realness. Ready, guys? Lift them. Alright, now, and stop. I'm gonna go over my left hand. Lady, your left hand go over top of mine. Don't touch it. Left hand over the top of mine. Go ahead. All right, now I'm gonna go right hand. Lay the right hand. No touch. Feel anything, David? Yes, I do. Hold on, stop. Hold it here. No, stop. Hold it here. Let it tingle. Holy shit. Let it tingle because we're gonna get into the roof. This is how you charge it. Yeah. Holy shit. You guys feel that? All right, go ahead, Billy. Let go. Babe, Lena, me. All right, go under his legs, Lena. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Wow. Did you know that the dragonfly is the number?
Dude, you know what's funny is at work we've got a big ass compressor, and I remember we were all trying to move that thing. It's a generating compressor. It's a Miller, and dude, that thing weighs more than I thought. It's like probably weighs like 350, 400 pounds, bro. And we were all trying to move that thing. It's like trying to move like dead weight, and it's not easy. And we had to move it onto a cart, and I kept thinking, man, if somebody slips up, you can get hurt doing this. But man, I'm gonna get the guys, man, and see if we can. I'm gonna try. They're gonna think I'm crazy, but I'm gonna try it, man. See if we can just lift
I'm
that
not
thing right
so
up.
sure it would work as much or as
I don't
as
know.
well or as easily on
Right.
as something that's not another human.
Right.
There's
You may be
certainly
right.
a difference there.
Yeah,
So
but it would
what's
be
going
cool to
on?
try it, test it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number
What the hell
one
is that?
hunter on planet Earth. They have a 95% hunting
fuck
success
is
rate.
that?
That is higher than
Just a
dragonfly.
Dragonfly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's crazy. The dragonfly, I had mentioned it a couple of years ago. I was standing there outside when I was at my parents' house in Nova Scotia. And there's a dragonfly on the railing on the deck. And I get right down low and I look at it. Like I'm looking real close at him, like at his eyeballs and everything. I'm kind of like at the side of him. I watched that dude facing out into the lawn. He took off, did a circle, like a backflip circle. So he arced around, backflip, came around like an airplane, just absolutely backward circle, came around, landed, and he had a freaking fly in his hands and he was munching on it. Like a house fly, or just like a regular black fly, right? Or house fly. Unbelievable. I'm like, how did you know where that thing was going to be in order to line up to take off and do a complete circle and land again and eat them? Like, it was the most staggering, like, wow. Like, how do you know that? Like, that was so messed up, man.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
dragonfly is the number one hunter.
What's up?
I was gonna say I was like it was last year. I saved this damn cicada, and he was like flying around, and I grabbed him, and I was like, okay, cicada. He was like stuck, like I think in the screen or something. But I grabbed him and don't really like the things, and I'm thinking, oh, here you go. I'm gonna let him loose and fly, and I tossed him out, and he's flying, and I see him go over the pool, and next thing you know, I see this fucking hawk, just like. This hawk grabs him, right? And the poor thing's like, ee! And he's freaking out because this hawk just snatched him. And the hawks are a trip, dude. The first thing you hear is, ee! Like what just happened? The hawk grabs it, and as it's fucking making all that noise, the hawk picks off one of its wings, and then he picks off the other wing, and then the poor thing can't make any noise now, and the hawk can just munch. The things are evil, bro. It's like, wow, dude, birds are no joke. Anyway,
the entire animal kingdom is no joke.
I know, right?
I'm pretty sure it's not what it was meant to be initially.
Probably.
Fly is the #1 hunter on planet Earth. They have a 90.
That's something I think that like humans and religious people are completely wrong about, and that this nature that we have is God's creation. No, I don't think it was so much at all. I mean, initially,
Really?
sure, but it's some morphed version of it.
Okay.
Like all of it, all the bacteria, the fact that spiders have webs to catch mosquitoes, all of it.
I think Satan.
I don't.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
Satan
it was Satan that did it,
mimicking
for sure.
God. I think Satan mimics God and changes things, like
He
God's
had
initial
influenced.
creation.
Yeah, he completely
yeah.
influenced everything, and he was here as this biblically. The story is, Satan was around long thousands and who knows how many years before we ever were.
Right.
Like forever, and then there was a whole war that went on, and a lot of religions will contribute the war in the heavens to the falling of meteors, and then therefore the extinction of dinosaurs or the animals at the time. So of course, depending on who's who, some religions don't believe there's dinosaurs at all, and blah blah blah. But
yeah,
it's all evil. It's all.
I think everything was just larger, bro. And I honestly think that when we see lizards and stuff that we see now, okay, and I mean, they were just relative to the size of everything at that time, so they were just a lot larger. So we find these things, and we call them dinosaurs, but legit, like remember the snake that's coiled up? That's literally a fossil now, and you can that one that's sticking out of the side of the mountain. I mean, how can we all not agree that's a fucking snake that's fossilized? I mean, Jesus, dude, the scales are inside the mountain, inside the rock. You can see the snake. Okay, it's not, and it's all, it has geometry to it. It has, probably if you measure all that stuff out, it has some golden ratio. It has everything. It's a snake. Okay, and so everything was larger. So that's all we're looking at. I joke and say, well, those are just the Nephilim pets that we find. And I think that's all it is. I think that, we just had larger critters and larger people. So there you go. Simple.
Okay.
Yep.
5% hunting success rate. That is higher than any other creature in the world. Even a lion is only at a 20%. But how they do it is the crazy part. They basically read the future. When they first spot their prey, instead of attacking it right away, they sit back and study all of its movements. And they can memorize all of the habits in just seconds. And once they know everything their prey is going to do, they can intercept it in mid-flight with precise accuracy. Dragonflies are built different. This is the Philippine eagle, the rarest bird of prey in the world. It's also the largest bird of prey in the world when it comes to height and wing surface. They stand 4 feet tall with a 7-foot wingspan. That is a big bird. On top of that, they also have 3-inch razor-sharp surgical tools attached to their feet, and they could squeeze them with a 500-pound grip strength. That's 5 times the grip strength of an adult human. That is ridiculous. But what do you expect? They're known as the monkey eater. They eat monkeys. They also eat other eagles. They eat small mammals. They're truly an elite bird of prey. But to make it even crazier, they hunt in pairs. One of the eagles will distract the prey while the other one swoops down and escorts them straight to the pearly gates. There's birds of prey, and then there's these guys. They're in a class of their own.
This is the Tesla valve, a device invented by Nikola Tesla to control fluid flow. Unlike regular check valves that use moving parts like discs or balls, this one has none. It works by redirecting reverse flow into sharp side channels, creating turbulence that slows it down. In the forward direction, fluid flows smoothly through the main channel. No parts to break, no maintenance, just pure fluid dynamics. That's why this genius design is still used today in microfluidics, rocket engines, and cooling systems where reliability matters more than perfect sealing.
She exposes the Mormon temple. Watch this.
When I was a Mormon, I participated in a very secretive initiation ceremony called the endowment. Even though my parents and every single church leader who I knew growing up participated in this ceremony, I still had no idea what happened in a temple. I grew up with photos of temples in my childhood bedroom, and I grew up singing I Love to See the Temple in primary, and yet somehow this entire ceremony was still kept a complete secret from me. During the ceremony, I was symbolically washed with water, and I was anointed with oil. I was asked to promise that I would wear this as underwear day and night for the rest of my life. I was told that wearing these robes and learning special secret handshakes was one of the most important aspects of my eternal salvation. When this happened to me, I was honestly completely repulsed. I felt very betrayed that this secret ceremony that was at the heart of my religion had been kept a secret from me my entire life. Despite my disgust, I went back to the temple again and again because I was so brainwashed to believe that this was the only way to be with God again.
Have you ever heard of the Wallace Line? Nobody understands what this is. Think of a map of the world and you go over from like Indonesia towards Australia. Halfway through that is this thing called the Wallace Line. It's an imaginary line. And no mammals that we think of, as in tigers, monkeys, or any of those things, cross that line. Everything on the right-hand side of that, meaning like Papua New Guinea, Australia, has its own completely unique animals.
What the F, dude?
And that's where all these marsupials come from, and kangaroos, and snakes that aren't related to any other snakes, and all this weird shit lives on the right-hand side of the Wallace Line. And you can literally cross over the line, like 100-foot difference, and then all of a sudden you have every other type of animal on the planet.
You know, this Wallace Line thing used to make sense before the Mandela effect a little bit, and now it makes no sense.
Have you ever heard of the Wallace Line?
Because, as they said, you basically go hundreds of feet. It's actually not really that bad, but there used to be a lot of ocean between Australia and some other islands, and now the shit's just really close. It makes no sense. Anyway.
The highest rate of divorce are lesbians by a mile. Lesbian marriages have the highest rate of divorce in the world. The second level of divorce is heterosexuals. The lowest level of divorce is gay married men. Now, let me mansplain to you what's just happened. The lesbians find it very hard to stay married because there are two women involved. Heterosexual marriages aren't without their complications because there is still one woman involved. Did you know the word gay means happy? With good reason, because there are no women involved.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's some Canadian shit right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's actually not that bad.
What's up?
The dance isn't even that bad.
Right. My boss all the time, I don't know how many times, at least 3 or 4. He's like, careful, there's ice over there. I just started getting out. I'm like, dude, I'm Canadian. If I fall on my butt, it's my own fault, or I deserved it. That's what I always said. If I fall, I deserve it. Finally, one day I came around the van and one foot went out and the other foot went down, and I one-footed skated like a good 5-6 feet leaning backwards, right? Caught it. And that's when he realized I was right. I'm not going to go down that easy. But there's tricks to it, right? You just stiffen up like a board on your leg. You just stiffen up right away and just stay solid. Don't let your weight shift anymore and wait to stop sliding, right? Usually. Sometimes if you're going downhill, that can be really tough, but these freaking UK cops are freaking idiots. What are you doing? Oh, I couldn't catch him. Jog along.
Hey,
My
Nova.
bubby. I'm a bubby. Huh?
Sorry, I was watching it on the television.
Right.
It's kind of cool to watch your own broadcast on the TV and hang out.
Mhm.
But
You're famous.
I know, right? I get to watch myself. It's kind of neat. But yeah, I was gonna comment on the couple of things. The video where it showed the line. Yeah, totally changed because of Mandela.
Oh, the Wallace line.
Yeah, the Wallace line.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
land's really close together at the very least. And it has changed too, because there's other islands that are included as part of that Australian region.
Yeah.
Now, and was not a part of it before.
Papua New Guinea had their own
Right.
set of animals versus Australia. And
Yeah,
so,
and now there's kangaroos or kangaroo-like or types of kangaroos up in Papua New Guinea. That was not the case. There's no freaking way.
Yeah, totally. And what was the other video after that? There was let's see, the girl slipped, and then let's see, there was
The dance.
The dance, that was funny.
Oh,
that guy,
yeah, the mansplaining.
yeah, that was funny, dude. It's so true. Okay,
There's two women involved. He's
Very
right, though.
Yeah.
Lesbians
That's
don't stay together. Man, they fight.
Yeah, they do. Dude, it's the most tumultuous. Dude, no offense to the lesbian. I'm sure there's fine lesbian relationships, but
Yeah,
dude,
if they're both full-fledged dykes.
Dude, when I've
But
seen
not lesbian.
dude,
Not
when I've-
lefty lesbians.
when I've seen these girls, man, and the type of like the way it's like it's always drama, dude. Like that's the thing is, I mean, I think after a while, it's like, women have drama. They like to. You can't. I don't know, dude, how that works, man. Because when I see it, dude, they're constantly fighting. It's a shit show, bro. Like, again, I know there's I'm sure there's plenty of happy relationships. I'm not saying it's always like that, but the ones I've seen, dude, fuck, man. And they get into some crazy arguments, So anyway, sorry, just wanted to share.
Notice she has a baby in her arms.
Hell yeah, she
Pulls
saved
out,
that
right?
shit.
It's like
That
a
was
dude
awesome.
with a bottle of beer in his hand or something.
Oh yeah,
that shit is not going down.
Nope, good for mama.
Again, these UK cops that run around like high school students, and like they're so out to lunch over there.
Are they? What are they doing?
I don't know. Like he doesn't really want to catch them. Apparently,
It doesn't
It's not
seem like
funny.
he's really like. Yeah, he just wants to. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, it's like whenever you have groups of teens to beat somebody up, no one really wants to do it themselves. They only feel comfortable or powerful enough if everybody's doing it, right?
Yeah,
because they're all a bunch of bitches, and that's essentially these UK cops. They're all a bunch of bitches.
UK, dude, that is one country that's totally burning down, bro. Yeah.
You're just gonna like police club them.
They have a problem with the immigration problems and issue, the fucking draconian shit where like if you post something, they'll come to your door and arrest you. Shit, like
social media posts.
Oh my god, man! Like it's just, dude. I just saw this video in some, I don't know who it was, some illegal broke into this lady's house, right? Broke in, and they called the cops, and they just removed him, and they didn't charge him with anything because he didn't steal nothing. Like what? Now, apparently, he's going to people's houses, and as long as you don't steal, I guess you can just chill, and they'll just come ask you to leave. Like that's the kind of bullshit they're dealing with over there, man. Like wow. Anyway, that place is gonna. I feel like there's gonna be a huge, a huge problem here in the near future with that. Yeah, a lot of pushback. Yeah.
Ireland's gonna blow up.
Ireland. Wow, Ireland's not messing around.
No, but they've been suppressed. That's been a battle with the crown forever. Ireland has, and they're a little crazier. Like they get to don't give a shit no more. They're be players.
They're totally gonna bring back the IRL, bro.
Yeah.
IRA. Sorry, IRL. Indie Racing League. No, the IRA. Sorry. Yeah.
Irish.
Guys, it's 3:40 for me.
Are you gonna go to bed, Fizzy?
Yeah,
All right.
Past bedtime.
it's 3:40 in the morning.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up here pretty soon for us.
That's
anyway.
all right. I'm going to bed.
All
You guys
right.
have fun.
All right, Fizz. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, good night.
We'll see ya.
gonna stop me?
Yeah?
You gonna stop me?
Get away from me, bro. Away from me, bro.
This guy's all
Yeah?
You gonna stop me?
Oh my God.
Get away from me, bro. Away from me, bro.
He tries again.
Get away
What the
from me.
hell? Oh
Get away
man.
from me, bro. Get away from me, bro. Don't do it. Just get away. Dude, don't do it again. Don't do it again.
Oh. Oh my God. Was that a vet that hit him?
They went straight through a freaking.
That was a vet.
It
looks
looks
like a Corvette.
Oh, shit. Most of the comments on this video are worried about the mongoose. He's fine. The cobra's the one in trouble. Mongoose are literally designed to fight venomous snakes. They have special receptors in their body that prevents venom from binding to protein. That's just a fancy way of saying that they're
Hey,
basically
Noble.
immune. So even if they
Did you see the when you were growing up? Did you ever see the animation Ricky Tikki Tavi?
No.
No. That's a good one.
Ricky Tikki Tavi.
Ricky Tikki Tavi. Yeah, you got to watch that sometime.
Tavi.
That's
I will
awesome.
check it out.
Yep.
Weird.
they do get bit by a venomous snake, all they have to do is sleep it off for like 10 or 15 minutes, and then they're coming back for round 2. And they'll do this over and over on repeat until they're able to grab the snake's head. At that point, it's over. They bite it one time, instantly crushing their brain. In other words, the mongoose is literally a snake's worst nightmare.
These cops just made the biggest
This is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
mistake of their lives. In September 2022, police pulled over Yoreni Rios Gonzalez after reports of a road rage incident. As officers stopped her, they parked their patrol car directly on a railroad crossing while detaining her.
What's going on? Why am I here? We'll explain everything in a second. Where are you?
Oh my God, don't tell me they're going to put her in the back.
There's no weapons in the car?
After taking Gonzalez into custody, a female officer placed her in the back seat of the patrol car, still parked on the tracks.
Jesus.
And what happened next was shocking.
Time check. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Did they just leave her?
Yep.
Oh my God, bro.
Extend us medical
gotta
attention.
be
The suspect was in the vehicle that was hit by the train.
Despite
Unreal.
the heavy impact, Gonzalez miraculously survived, but suffered a serious head injury and multiple broken bones. She was paid an $8.5 million settlement.
It's a good deal, though.
Yeah, it was.
If
Hell
I could
yeah.
get through it and get 8.5 million, hell yeah.
Dude, I'm down. Let's go.
Yeah.
Arrest me.
She's very lucky she lived through it, though. Yeah. So that wasn't just women cops. That was like modern day stupidity combined with women cops. But like, holy cow, what the F? Like, where's the common sense like any level of wisdom, any stitch? Like, what the fuck, man?
I don't know, man.
This is like bare bone common sense, like don't sit on railroad tracks.
Yeah. No
And it wasn't like they just stopped there and jumped out. No, they left it there, arrest her, put it in it. They're not even in the car. Never does it cross their mind like maybe we should move the car off the tracks. No.
Yeah.
Unfreaking believable.
Yeah.
$8.5 million settlement.
What do you call it? The stupid future movie?
Idiocracy.
Yeah, there it is right there.
Yeah.
In 1969, a man named Juan Moritz walked in 1923.
Has anyone else noticed that music has just gone downhill?
Is this a trick question? Because I mean, yeah.
I was listening to Alice in Chains yesterday.
Dude, you just made my heart happy. And I'm Gen X. It's not easy to do.
And I was like, this shit is like decades old.
Yeah, well, only if you go by math. To us, it was like yesterday.
And it's my favorite music still.
That's what it should be.
And I was like, I wonder why that is.
Well, back then, music was made by actual people, with actual voices, with actual talent, on actual instruments, with actual pain in their lives. I'm sorry, I interrupted. You were saying?
Is it because this generation can't write deep music anymore?
Yes.
Or is it because producers just aren't you know, promoting deep writers anymore.
Yes.
And they just want like the next viral song that you don't even care about. It just has a good beat.
And yes.
Not to mention AI generated music.
I was hoping you weren't going to mention that.
People used to make music not for noise, but because it like had something to say, especially in the past like 50 years. And now it's just like completely gone down the toilet.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Rather than deport all of the illegals, what they should do is they should offer them a deal where if they hunt down 5 child predators, then they can get their papers, right? And then we call the program Alien versus Predator.
Oh, wow.
You like that?
That was great.
Deal where if they hunt down 5 child predators, then they can get their papers, right? And then we call the program Alien versus Predator.
Now, this is one of the most demonic stories I've ever heard. Check it out.
This is back when I was a patrol officer before I went up to the gang unit. There was an apartment complex where a caller on the first floor called 911 for a physical disturbance for the floor above and said they could hear a man and woman yelling. We get there, I knock on the door, and I hear this deep voice. I was like, Fayetteville police, open up. And it's like, get the F out of here. We don't want you here. And I was like, oh, well, sorry, we're here. And then I hear, help. So we took a step back, kicked the door in. As soon as the door came open, there was a female that was standing right in front of the door. So we grabbed her, pulled her back, gave her back to the third officer, and then myself and the secondary officer. This dude's in here or he's jumped out, right? So we clear, nothing. So I go back out and I'm like, all right, let me talk with her. As I'm talking to her, I'm getting her information. She's cut real bad. EMS comes, they wrap her up, and I'm asking her, hey man, what happened? Like, who's in the apartment with you? And she's like, oh, nobody's in the apartment. I'm like, look, I get you're trying to protect your man here. I'm just thinking it's just a battered wife who doesn't want their husband going to jail. And she looks up at me. She's like, what are you going to do, Samuel? And Samuel's my first name. But Samuel's not on my badge. It's not on my shirt. It's not on paper. Anything that I did paperwork-wise was Blake. There's only one person that calls me Sam and Samuel, and that's my...
All of you tell me your one joke that always flies over people's heads.
A guy walks into a bar and he sees above the bar there's a sign that says free beer for life contest. So he asks the bartender, hey man, what's this contest about? The bartender says, well, you got to do a couple of things. First thing you got to do is you got to down half a handle of Jack Daniels, all right? Second thing, you got to find the biggest guy in here and kick his ass. Third, there's a pit bull out back with a loose tooth and he's mad as fuck about it. You got to go get that shit out. Number 4, there's an old woman upstairs, and if you can make her finish, you win the competition and you get free beer for life. So the guy thinks it over and he's like, all right, let's do it. So he picks up the bottle of Jack Daniels, downs it all, and the whole bar watches him. And now they're cheering him on because they just watched him kill this bottle of Jack Daniels in like 5 seconds flat. It was insane. So it's, he downed a whole bottle of alcohol. So he's, hammered right out the gate. He's hammered. He turns around and all that alcohol is flowing through him. And, he's a little bit loose and he beats the dog piss out of the biggest dude in there, just beats the fucking stupid off of him. So now the whole bar is cheering him on. Everyone is just, they cannot believe what they're seeing. And then the guy walks out back to where the dog is. They're cheering him on the way out and he goes out the door and vanishes. Door shuts. No one can see him. And everyone's quiet and they're listening and they hear the dog. They hear him start to snarl, bark, bite, get aggressive. There's a little bit of a whimper and then silence. There's no sound at all. And everyone's, you can hear a pin drop. It's that quiet. And the guy comes back into the bar hammered and he goes, all right, now where's the bitch with the loose tooth?
Oh no. Oh my God, really? Bro, that's so messed up.
Hell no. Damn! Oh shit! Oh my God! Bro, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck going on? Damn, they tweaking. They tweaking. He damn near dead.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's a little
still more going on over there.
You gotta watch it a couple times. The white truck? No, the brown truck is freaking out, basically. And then the white truck gets into it as well.
Hell no. Damn! Oh shit! Oh my god! Bro, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck going on? Damn, they tweaking. They tweaking. He damn near dead. Yeah. No, that's his phone. He got it in his hand. Damn, they tweaking. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Wow.
Car comes up and hit him from behind, or the other truck actually.
Oh my gosh.
White truck backs into him.
It's a motherfucker flipped over right here in the truck.
Looks like the dude
I
in the
know
white
by
truck
now
jumped
that if
out
it got
to get him.
this
Yeah, you don't really see much, but it is pretty crazy.
Oh.
sound, the Jet 2 Holiday, it's gonna be crazy. But I was not expecting this shit. I seen she was missing an arm. I'm like, all right, that's gotta be it. What the fuck? I couldn't believe my fucking eyes. Pulled off in that bitch. Skirts.
I would gently say, actually, what's outdated is the idea that the Bible is anti-science. This went viral a few years ago. Wall Street Journal, science increasingly makes the case for God, where instead of this whole like God of the gaps, oh, just where you can't explain how it happened, you just kind of insert God in the gap. Now it's the opposite, where it's actually scientific discovery are pushing people to go, well, that seems like that implies the existence of something. Okay, number one, in the early 90s, the scientific consensus was that the universe was eternal. Matter had always existed, which obviously was at odds with the belief that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Then in, I think it was like the late 90s, early 2000s, I think it was physicists. They just figured out like, oh, that's like not a thing. And now the scientific consensus is Big Bang. Hey, at some point, this whole thing exploded into existence. You gotta go, well, where'd that come from?
Yeah, they say Big Bang, we say Big God.
Yeah, that's right. You
yeah.
say Big Bang, we say Big God.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, number two, back when Darwin did the whole origin of species and everything, back then they literally thought that like cells were just like globs. Well, then like we get in, discover DNA in the double helix, and oops, here's what we just figured out is that like literally underneath all of organic existence is a literal sophisticated language called DNA. Like there's a language. Just stop and think. Okay, well, where'd that come from?
Who wrote that?
Who wrote that language? The big one is fine tuning. Christopher Hitchens, famous atheist, he's got an unbelievable quote where like it's not, actually it was on video where he literally. People think Christians are the only ones who doubt. Bro, atheists doubt. And there's this haunting moment where Hitchens is in this limo and he's literally going like, dude, that fine tuning thing keeps me up at night. And if you don't know what that is, here's the quick summary of the argument from fine tuning. So all the universe's fundamental constants of physics, like gravitational force and, you know, the force of proton bonds and magnetism, all this stuff, the universe's constants, they are exquisitely balanced, like perfectly fine tuned so that any of them was even the slightest bit different, life would be totally impossible and the universe would be completely sterile. So the example is it'd be the chance of hitting a cosmic bullseye from 1 trillion light years away. That's how fine-tuned the thing is.
Canadians are fucking badass trench warfare. Like, this is a slight exaggeration, but only a little. Like, the first draft of the Geneva Convention is just a list of shit the Canadians did in World War I. The Canadians were like doing Pavlov shit to the enemy. They were throwing food into the enemy trenches every day at like breakfast time for like 2 days straight. 3 days in, they're just like, here's a couple of cans, and then they all start running up like a fucking pinata just got broke at a birthday party, and then they just start throwing grenades into the trenches.
Wait,
Anyways,
is that illegal now? Can we not do that
super
anymore?
illegal now, yeah.
To use grenades in war?
Look.
Have you ever heard of the story of Gilgamesh? The story was written 2000 BC. The story talks about how he was 2/3 God and 1/3 man. The claim was that he was 17 feet tall.
Oh, man.
And he was this brutal king, like a tyrant. But the story goes that he was buried under the Euphrates River.
that's drying up.
Well, here's the thing. In 2003, archaeologist by the name of Jorg Fassbinder, he was in the Mesopotamia area doing like the whole LiDAR thing. And what he said is, I have found the tomb of Gilgamesh.
Oh my gosh.
But it's underground, right? So they have to like dig it up.
Mhm.
Guess what happened 1 month later?
Earthquake.
The U.S. invades Iraq.
Oh my gosh.
No way.
This is where it gets crazy.
Yeah.
All the archaeological sites were then stopped in Iraq. So stop digging. You're out of here. And the U.S. military set up an encampment around the tomb site. But the locals around this encampment reported that the U.S. military were digging at.
My next question would actually be for
You know what?
Mr. Graves.
I believe that
Can you
shit.
please explain to me in
So,
Oh, I totally believe that the whole Iraq war bullshit was for some of the artifacts and stuff that they found. I think that there was too many stories about them going over to the museums, and
same with
the
Syria.
first thing, yeah, very interesting.
Do you think they have Gilgamesh?
I don't know. I don't know if they were necessarily looking for his body, but they were probably wondering like what was buried with him. I think it's more important,
Right.
Yeah.
Or maybe look at the DNA and grow another one.
It's not uncommon for governments to search out artifacts, so it wouldn't surprise me if America's doing it just like Hitler did it.
They can grow now from the DNA, right?
Yeah, there's
they
that.
get enough of his DNA together.
They can
regrow his body and whatever.
Dude, you know what?
Grow yourself an Antichrist.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, who knows?
my next question would actually be
You think we're going to be alive for some significant thing like that?
Yeah.
You think we're going to be around for the turn to the end?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least an attempt of it.
I don't think because we're just at a point where we've reached a point of no return with this whole thing, and there's no going back to, because unless God comes back and like literally resets everybody, wipes their mind clean of what's honest and virtuous again, and gets people at least thinking differently. I just don't think. I think there's too many people that just don't understand what's going on, And I think that we've reached a point where humanity, we're just gonna end up we're gonna allow either something to destroy us or take over, or I don't think we can get out of this situation. Education is broken. People have lost their connection with whatever, if you want to call it religion, spirituality, even all of that, with the true understanding of God. I think that this incarnation is coming to a rapid end soon. And I do believe that we're going to see something very, very soon, and it's going to get progressively and exponentially stranger as we move forward. So Miss Luna here is awesome.
See, I think the idea in part is, and the hopes would be that perhaps there's been many cycles before humans, and it comes to an end once they turn to evil, get deceived enough, whatever. That may have happened a number of times. Who even knows? The idea is, and the hopes is that this time we're hopefully a pinch wiser or more advanced, but most of all, Jesus came and shifted the path. That's the hopes. And so that maybe this time we won't actually just get completely wiped out and reset, that there'll be some sort of continuation after troubled times. That would be the hope.
Yeah,
we might just get totally reset again. Who knows?
No, I think this earth gets destroyed by fire, like the Bible says. In some way, there's a new heaven and there's a new earth.
That's part of Revelations, which is the book that's highly
Yeah.
highly, what is it?
Disputed.
Yeah, I couldn't think of the term. It was in and out of the canon for hundreds of years at a time, and it was definitely disputed whether John really wrote that or not. Like his other books, because it was like apparently away on some island, and then it shows up. So if you take the Book of Revelations out, then everything reads quite a bit differently. Especially all the prophecy at the end, right?
Well, I don't know how it happens, but I do believe that there has to be sort of a separation of wheat and tares. There has to be. We can't. Man, we're just not. We're just humanity, man, is just lost when it comes to just the way they the way we think about ourselves, the way we think about the world, the way we think about God. It's just we're lost.
Yeah, it's lost.
And,
Most of it
so
is due to stupidity and deception, right? The deception of evil. Although there is a massive amount of people that are willingly worshiping darkness, right? A lot of the
and I think
that has to change immensely.
I think the point too about that, brother, is that the truth is, man, is that people don't even realize they're worshiping the dark. Some are doing it openly, but people don't even understand what's right in front of them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how controlled everything is. And I just think that we're going to give ourselves even if you go, well, maybe it won't be something spiritual just yet. Just I can see us being stupid enough to just to create like AI or something that's got a mind that's way above our intellect, and that like literally we could probably create something that would probably destroy us, and we'd probably do it because and this is the goofy thing is like the people that are building the stuff right now is like they're warning us. Even the guy who started the inventor, he said, well, I'm concerned. Why are the elites building all these bunkers? Why, what the hell's going on with that? They know something is on the horizon. Now, what it's going to be, I don't know. But like, dude, I can totally see us doing some stupid shit like that and fucking up, and then, allowing AI to control our military, or it's all it's going to take is one false missile launch to the wrong country, and next thing you know, you got thermonuclear war going on. I don't know. I mean, I could see that happening.
I think part of what's necessary for evil or Satan, however you want to look at it, in order for it to win or to be winning, it isn't just that people have to do bad things. That is a part of them winning, for people to act evil. But to win, it's to actually have them decide to worship evil. Like, it has to be intent. Right now, the majority of humans are good, but they just do horrible things because they're idiots and blind and unwise and deceived and whatever, right? Reactive living. But most humans actually want, if they knew everything, they would be good, like entirely. If they seen the depths of evil, they would be good. If they felt the greatness of creation, they would be good, right? But they're just, we just don't know much, and we're deceived. So I think there's a little bit of a ways to go before, although like I'm talking a number of decades, whether that be 2 or 3 or something. But there's a ways to go before you actually have people willingly worship evil. But we're getting close, right? So the people that are evil, that control things, they have to come out into the open, and they have to be approved by the masses. So there's a good trick that has to be pulled off. And whether that's with a fake, sort of Antichrist and then Savior scenario, or aliens scenario, or whatever, there has to be something major to pull it off with a big twist in there. Like, it's going to be something big happen yet to pull that off.
I just think Satan's done a beautiful job of separating all of us, and we've lost our humanity. Like, it's like, I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, I've talked to my neighbors before, and we've always said, "Oh yeah, we'll meet up and we'll hang out, or we'll get together sometime," and we never do. It's like we're all so busy, and this system has us so. I don't know how many videos I've seen where like literally, and this is one of those ones where I woke up and I was like, again, I was thinking about something, and it pops up again, the perfect video, for me to watch. But it was, about another person saying, how disconnected they feel and how, everything feels strange and, what's going on. And it's like, man, I don't know how to tell you this, it's like, I almost feel like I want to talk to him and say, yeah, I mean, trust me, we also, there's those of us that understand it and see it and have known about it for a very long time. And now there's like, it seems like this thing's coming full circle now. And it seems like more and more people are feeling what we were feeling back in 2016. That isolation is feeling alone, feeling very unnerved. And they don't know why, and it's like, well, yeah, and I get it. I mean, but there's some more and more people feeling that way right now, and we're all so disconnected, and I don't have time in the day because of just like, dude, how do I describe it? Yeah, I don't know about your day and how you're working, but dude, I feel like every single day just flies by. Weeks are like days.
Your time's flying, I'll tell you that.
Dude, it is, man.
But
And it is. And
I do a lot less work. I've gotten myself into something that's nice.
Really good.
I get time
No,
off. My
that's
morning
good.
starts when my morning starts a lot of times,
Right.
whenever.
Yeah. I'm just talking about the times where we used to sit back and used to think about like, like, I don't know, that same energy, that same maybe, and like I could equate it to maybe I'm just getting older or whatever, but I just don't like, there's so many things, like these feelings I used to have, like for things like I'd be like excited to go play golf or whatever, it could be anything. But man, it's hard to feel that anymore. It's hard to feel like, because you're just so, inundated with stuff in life. And then the social media and the phones and everything. I feel like everyone feels that way. And it's a collective mindset, collective feeling, I think, that we're all experiencing right now. And I think it's not just you or me or anybody. It collectively, we're all part of this thing. We're all trapped in it. And I really do believe that the only way is just is what the world demands out of us now. It demands us to be fast. It demands things at lightning speeds. Nothing takes any length of time anymore, so in that regard, yes, we didn't make things easier. We actually made it, we just invited more work for us to do,
Made it physically easier at the
yes. Yeah, physically it might be a little easier to build.
Still, it's more of a mental shit show, though.
Yes. Yeah, I think so, man. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Think about it. All the things you have to keep track of, and now you have your phones doing it for you, always being contacted to do things, even if you're not getting paid. You can't just go hide in the bathroom from people.
Right. No,
no, it's totally different. It's much faster.
Yeah.
And then much more bombarding of information. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
For Mr. Graves, can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident.
You know, I got to point something out that I don't think I really ever pointed out before as a whole. Both. So that incident happened in 2003. I started looking into everything under the sun on YouTube and whatnot in like 2007 and 8. The first year being more everything from aliens to Bigfoot to you name it, right? Just interesting, strange things, right? Ghosts, you name it. And then and some of the old building stuff or old whatever, even symbolisms and some of that stuff. Then there's the dollar bill comes into it, and then there's, you know, everything that starts to be getting labeled as the occult groups and whatever, right? Which was more of the second year.
Saturn symbolism and stuff.
Yeah, all kinds of symbolism, and then all these powers in the world that are a bunch of evil people. It turns out is in the latter part of it. I started realizing and finding out. But so I never heard out of all my time. It wasn't until, and here's the situation. I just assumed, well, I just never heard about it. But I must say, it wasn't until after Mandela Effect period that I heard about cube freaking UFOs. In this case, a red one. I heard of a case of a black one. I never knew of the cube in Mecca that the Muslims go to. I never knew of the cubes of the Zionist priests that they wear on their heads. I'd never seen that before either. All of this cube stuff I've never heard of or seen before. I find that odd. Because I should have caught on to one of the three or something, right?
Yeah. I would say,
when did you hear about black cubes as a thing?
So I'm trying to think. All right, so my first dive into this was 9/11. That was when I first started looking into that, and then it was that was 2003. So up until 2003, I was pretty much just your average Joe, just like whatever. Then slapped in the face when I realized more about 9/11, and it just came rushing in one day. Went through a week of hell on that one, where literally I didn't know what to do because I at that point I realized the world I thought was my reality had now just, you know, been completely flipped upside down. Then I got into the Bohemian Grove. I looked at that. Once I saw that, I was like, why in the hell? I don't care if you're whatever. Okay. Why the hell would normal people, okay, like myself, want to go out to the woods and do some weird ritualistic shit? For what reason? Like, this makes no sense, dude. Like, that just is so odd to me. And I was like, what in the fuck happened? So then after that, I would say the cube stuff came in about 2006 or 7, like you're saying, 8, where I was deep diving into Saturn symbolism in the cube and the, you know, and how many things are represented by Saturn. And how we seem to worship Saturn. I learned about Saturnalia, and I learned about,
where did it come into play?
The cube, about 2000, like I said, between 6 to 8, 2006 to 2000.
Yeah, but involved with what?
Oh, it was well, first it was the Star of David, and I learned that David didn't have a star, and that's probably the, you know, the Star of Rephaim, and then there was like, you know, but then you found out that, well, yeah, the Jews have the cube. They worship the cube just like the Muslims worship the cube. And it's like, and then I saw the cube outside the financial institutions. And then I found out, like, then you found out, well, what does the cube really mean? And the cube is represented by Saturn. Saturn represents a cube because of its, you know, because of the 6-sided hexagon on top of the planet. So supposedly the cube and Saturn are related. The black cube has always been related to Saturn in occult symbolism. And so then I got into the whole Saturn, the alien Saturn symbolism. That was a deep dive because there's like so many, like Nike, the swoosh is the ring of Saturn, you know, the fucking Nissan logo is Saturn, has Saturn, you know, iconography built into
So
it.
how
So
do you
many things.
equate a cube with Saturn? Where's the connection
So
there?
there was a lot of books written about the black cube is represents Saturn and occult teachings, and I've seen plenty of videos on that. And guy, he used to be called. He's not around anymore. I don't know where he is. But I'll be honest with you, I gotta give credit. My hat off to him. Was occult science OCS 101 channel, and he had a lot. Dude, he was the one that woke me up to a lot of that symbolism and stuff. And now he saw symbolism in everything, maybe a little too much. There was a point where I learned from him not to go, be careful, because you can get a little too wacky with. Now I get it. He's probably right, but once you start,
Kind of like the guy that could see the demons in people's hair and shit.
yes, dude. Like he had all kinds of stuff that he would show you about he talked about the Phoenicians. He went way back about, you know, into history. He talked about all this stuff about Saturn, how we worship Saturn, Baal, you know, like a lot of things he would show you in text how this stuff is all related. It was crazy. It was like, dude, we're worshiping ancient gods right now, you know? And when you saw that stuff, you're like, fuck, man. So, and then people don't even realize it. And that's the thing. It's like people are blinded. Now, watching him kind of, you know, I guess transgress or whatever, or I guess you can say, you know, as he went through his journey, he got so far into it, man. I think it started making him a little crazy. And because I'd been watching him for years, and yeah, it's not good, man. When you start to sort of peel back so many layers and you start seeing the code of the matrix, and you start realizing everything is sort of, you know, in a way evil. And he would talk about colors and how there was all kinds of stuff, you know, had to do with colors, certain colors, the occult worships. How he would talk about, you know, you have red and blue, right? So then that would make purple. So then he would talk about how the police use red and blue, and that's for the authority, and Saturn is the authority and the, you know, the law here on Earth. And, you know, he explained all that stuff. And honestly, I wish I could remember every little detail, but it was a lot of information, a lot of studying. And not only him, there was the Black Child was another one. That was a good video, a good channel for a while. There was so many of them, and a lot of these people are gone now or dead or whatever. But back in the early YouTube days when everything was free and you could get information, it was a great time to learn about all the mysteries that were out there. So
I remember that Webster Tarpley guy, and there was another one that did symbolism.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Webster Tarpley, and I have yet to freaking find it. And maybe it's in the middle of one of Jones's videos, you know, like the Obama deception or something, you know. But Tarpley did a little piece sitting there talking about collectivism, and it's really good. Collectivism, basically, that's what socialism is. It's a way to form a collectivism mindset, right? Mm-hmm. And then with the collectivism mindset, you can just direct the herd and you can get them to do anything, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Scary shit.
People are bringing up sure, let's see, there was Jordan Maxwell. You can't forget Jordan Maxwell. Excellent. There was
I think that's the other guy I was thinking of. Yeah. He did the symbolism a lot with the overhead.
Oh yeah.
Was he the one with the overhead going?
I think at times, yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah.
And that was during Jones's big years, or some of them.
Yeah, Jones. I realized Jones was a shill when back when I used to listen to his radio broadcast here in Texas. You know, he was on AM radio, and I thought it was really weird how Jones was very defensive about certain, he'd have an open line, right? And I tried to call in a couple times and talk to him, but I could never get through. But I remember one time there was this kid, right? And he calls up and he asks Alex Jones he's talking about this book, and I can't remember the name of the book, but he mentioned Alex Jones. He says, Alex, he goes, I need some clarification. He goes, there's a book written about how they're going to start kind of basically a shill, front that's going to spread disinformation. And the name of it in the book, the guy outlines, is called InfoWars. Can you tell me about that? And Alex Jones flipped shit. You son of a bitch. Yeah, how we'd go off. I don't know if you ever seen him go off on people, dude, but it is direct, and he tries to, just put you down and make his case. And I'd seen him do this a couple times, and I thought, another one that happened. This is incredible. This fool shows up at a gun rally, right? And the people are videotaping the whole thing, and they're outside the steps of the Capitol there in Austin. So they're all rallying for pro-gun rights. They see Alex Jones walking up. They're like, oh shit, Alex is here. Cool. So Alex got the wrong information, thought they were a bunch of leftists, won't even listen to him. They're trying to get him to come up to the steps. He's bullhorning their whole thing. And they're like, Alex, come and talk to us. What is wrong? And then when people walk up to him to try to tell him we're on your side, he starts pushing the guy. And he starts getting into a fight. And he's like an idiot. And I was like, this guy is deluded, man. Like, this guy is obviously a shill. He's there to just take over. It's like his plan was to make sure he took over every movement, no matter how small or how large. He had to be at the top, to make sure that only his voice was being heard. And here are people, dude, that you should be able to, come together with that are literally telling you, come up on the steps and speak to us. He's over there starting fights with them. And I was like, I can't unsee this, Alex. As much as I tried so hard to say, you know what, I'm going to stick by this guy because he is dealing with this every day. Maybe it makes you a little cuckoo. I get it. Trying to be an apologist for him. After I saw that, I was like, you fucking guy. This guy's a CIA guy. He's CIA, and that's the thing. He admitted to his family member being CIA. So I said, you know what? That's how they work. That's how they roll. They always get you. It's a family, dude. It's like a mafia. The CIA is nothing more than a mafia. So what you do is you have a person who's in it. They love recruiting within like that. That's how they roll. And because why wouldn't you? Those are the best.
They know
assets
they know
you
what
can
you
have.
are. They know your family. They
Yes.
have dirt on you.
And you're not going to fuck them over because you're fucking your family over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
anyway, for me, it was, well, actually in the very beginning, like when I got that first red pill, I was like, like all these powerful people are running the show and pulling strings. Sorry, my throat's getting bad. And my first thought is, well, it's like, holy shit, how wrong you are about shit. And like how crazy mind blowing the situation is as to who the hell's who. And then of course, well, the first thing you do, I'm like, well, what about you, Alex? Can I trust you? Like, so that was an initial thought for me because of how crazy the situation was. The red pill situation was like, what the hell? Right.
Yeah.
Like, why should I trust you? Because you just show me a lot of evidence that's holding, there's something wrong here. Clearly, whatever the truth is, there's something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess deep down, I just naturally questioned him.
Sure.
But I still was like on board for a bit. But then he would go on Fox News, or maybe there was another one or two he showed up on mainstream. The first two times I let it slide because the first time I'm all happy he's there essentially. The second time I'm like, oh, well, the guy's just really passionate and he gets out of control and, he gets a little boisterous. The third time I'm like, dude, this is horrible. Yeah. Every single time you go on mainstream,
he literally
act
like
act like a lunatic.
Yeah.
why are you making the information look like lunatics?
So then he makes every one of us who question things
Look like lunatics.
look like lunatics. I know,
Right.
And that's one thing I got from him, and then I started thinking too. Is like, well, if you always talk about how important this information is and how damning it is to the elites and all this stuff, why aren't you dead, dude? People have died for a lot less. You know what I mean? So that was another thing. It was like, please, I don't. But he was always the tough guy, you know. He was like, don't worry, I don't need nothing. I'm you know, blah, blah, blah. So then I just was like, yeah, well, you know, I get what I gather from that is he's down in Austin. Austin is a major CIA hub, okay, and it was perfect. And also, it is strange how the comedian, right? What's his name? The one
Rogan?
that no, the one they claim is Alex Jones.
Oh, Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks. Yeah, it is pretty. When you start looking at Hicks and you start looking at Jones, you're like, man, it looks pretty interesting because the strange part is I know that Hicks went down to Austin, knew Alex Jones' producer. Then shortly after that, Hicks dies, just gone. Like he died of whatever sort of cancer killed him, but nobody heard about him being sick. He was just gone. Next thing you know, Alex Jones pops up. And one time he was getting an interview and he was talking about how once you sign the deal, like he was saying something like they can recreate you just like that. He was unbelievable. He was talking. I think he was
interesting
doing
to see what evidence there is of at Jones's past, right? Because he talked about growing up in Texas.
He said he grew up in my neighborhood, dude. He said he grew up in Oak Cliff in South Dallas.
Then the high schools have record of it. Every year there's high school
I
graduates.
mean, like
right?
that's kind of near where I grew up, and so yeah. And he said he grew. He talked about where he used to. Now I do remember the real first like Alex Jones interviews where he was walking down a street like a suburban neighborhood, and I remember, dude, he's really young at this time. He's really super young, and yeah, I remember he was in Dallas when he did that video. But I don't know, it's a strange thing about him because the Alex Jones I saw when he was really young was way more in shape than Bill Hicks was. Bill Hicks had like a beer body, like Bill Hicks was kind of like a potato, but this guy was chiseled and then later on you find out Alex Jones, he talked about how he used to bodybuild and stuff. So it's kind of weird, man. It's like, so you have Hicks and you have this, and so I'm trying to blend those two together. And the first incarnation of Alex Jones, the thinner, more robust Alex Jones, looks nothing like Hicks. But then later on, when you look at the older Alex Jones, a little bit older, he does look like Hicks. So I don't know if they were just making, you know what I'm saying? It's just so strange. So that's where I have a disconnect with all that, because I saw a guy that was like him, unless he had a younger brother or something that we don't know about that was a little bit better looking but looks similar to him. Unless that's the case, but I don't know if there's any evidence of that. So, that's where I have a little problem with trying to put the pieces together with him and Hicks. So
yeah, I was never fully convinced that that Hicks was him, or he was Hicks, but you never know is the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of went off and on with it a bit, but
Yeah,
I know
it was interesting back in the day, I mean, hey, it's strange, and then I think that I'll tell you what I think was really a sham was that trial with the Sandy Hook people,
Right.
I think that looked to me like the fakest thing I've ever seen. Like the judge looked like fake, like his reactions were fake, and then the whole courtroom, man, it was like, dude, you barely fit anybody in that thing. It was crazy. It's like a closet. I was like, for such a high case, high profile case, can't you get a normal courtroom? Like, dude, it like literally did in the size of like a large kitchen. But yeah, dude, I mean, there was some stuff about that I thought was weird. Then I thought, this whole thing again, if I'm playing the CIA game, what would be the benefit to suing Alex Jones? What would you want the world to know and see? And what do you garner from that? And what I get from that is it's like, don't overstep. You know, it's telling people like, don't take things too far, because if you do, we'll come after you. Look what we did to Alex Jones. You know,
he's a controlled opposition.
Yes,
it's very early, but so I think it was necessary though. It's important for them to bring out certain levels of truth, right? Like it's not just a karma thing. They need people to find out earlier than they would have naturally, perhaps, or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's all planned though.
I think so. I think his whole thing is scripted, but anyway, you know what, man? Let's roll, brother, because it's 3:30, and I'm starting to wane a little bit here. And
You're tired?
Yeah, unless you want to play one
or two more.
Okay, go for it.
This is a 4-part story.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as president of the United States. I know. Listen. We're just as confused as you are. Joe Biden did it.
I sat down and just started crying with relief. And Evie said, you never have to talk about him again. And then I cried with joy.
After a bizarre and vicious campaign fueled by a desperate need not to go to jail, Donald Trump has won the 2024 election. Next year will be our last season. Wow. The network will be ending The Late Show in May.
Oh, well.
If all men just disappeared, do you think the world would be better or worse? All men.
It'd be safer. Like,
do you actually think the world would be safer if
Yes.
all men disappeared? It would not be safer. It would be absolutely catastrophic.
I think maybe it wouldn't be safer in the terms like maybe a wolf might get me or something.
I mean, how many women would freeze to death and starve to death? Or...
Well, if I'm so, how am I going to starve to death, Andrew?
It might be
Andrew?
6 months for you.
Okay. He's
I
gonna
don't
die.
think you
I'm
understand.
gonna make it.
If
I'm
all
okay
men
with that.
were to disappear, the immediate catastrophe that would be.
How?
Okay, so 95% of
because all the
tanker
infrastructure
drivers
is
are
run
men.
by men.
90%
Tanks?
tanker drivers.
Tanker, like in the war?
Tankers.
What's a tanker?
The thing that hauls the gasoline.
Water, sewage, electricity, gas, fuel, refinement, telecommunications, IT infrastructure, road maintenance, delivery drivers, police, fire rescue.
How about other things like fracking, electrical maintenance, nuclear engineering? Like the list goes on and on and on.
Did you know that pretty much?
Honestly, if we lost 50% of anybody, we'd be pretty screwed for a bit.
I think so. Yeah,
be a big loss in the middle of things.
All the vanilla we eat comes from one invention from a 12-year-old boy.
Aww.
Yeah. For about 200 years, it was only ever imported from Mexico because it only was pollinated by a very specific small type of bee that lived in Mexico. And then people tried to grow it in different parts of the tropical world. And in fact, Réunion, which is a French island in the Indian Ocean, that was the location for an innovation which absolutely exploded the vanilla market. So this was in 1841. As a young enslaved boy, he's about 12 years old, called Edmund Albius. He's a long, kind of thin stick of grass, and he would basically squidge the male and female bits together in what's called a marriage. It's quite intricate. You have to move a little flap called a rostellum. It's a bit like picking a lock. He was the first person to successfully hand pollinate a vanilla orchid.
It's kind of amazing to think that that's actually still how they
Yeah.
basically do it.
It's still how they do it.
What's going on, boss? Are you on duty now?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's take our bathroom.
Me? Yes, sir.
Put it in your pocket. I'm not taking it, man. I just don't want you don't need to have it. That's all.
May I go home? No, you can't go home.
Can't go home yet.
All right. So what needs to be?
We have a DUI unit coming to check you out, and once they clear you, then we'll have to figure out what we're doing with the car and whatnot.
I got you. I got you. I understand that. But you know that we still have to do our job. Okay?
Stay over here. Where you going? Where you going?
What did dumbass say?
Wow.
Really?
Oh my God.
Exactly. Really.
Wow.
So that's enough for now. I do want to mention one thing about this video. It was actually the main reason why I saved it.
Yeah. What's up?
And I left in the comments here somewhere. To be fair, it is a stupid place to have trees. Look at these freaking trees, how close they are. It's curb tree. Like right there. Do you see this?
Yeah.
That's insane. That's what he ran into.
Oh.
I was looking at it, I'm like, what the hell you run into here? A pole? I was like, it kind of looks like bark. Yeah. It's freaking trees right next to the road. Like if you have big mirrors on your truck, you better not go too far over.
Oh, I see.
It's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude's drunk. Yeah, he bumped up over the curb and freaking ran into a tree. It's right there.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Hmm.
But anyway, it's dumb. Okay.
Well, very good, sir.
Let you go. I'll leave it on 43 out of 57. It's actually
All
not
right.
bad.
Sounds good. Let me go through one more thing, see if I have anything I wanted to share with you. Let me see here. Looks like, oh, this is all just, yeah, pretty much. Oh, there was one thing, I guess. This is, before I go, I'll show you this one. So this was a car. It's a new Ford Mustang E, which is like their electric EV, right? So it apparently went out of control. It was driving by itself, and it's crazy. It's yeah, and it shows what happened. It's kind of wild. Here it is. And he's just like, he literally is praying.
He can't stop it.
I guess not.
Probably
Now he may have tried, and he lost the brakes because they heated up to the point where he could have melted them or something. I don't know, but apparently this thing is just gone wacky, man. So here it is. And then it's going to show him. Hold on a second. He's going to get a clearing here, but then unfortunately he wrecks somebody else. Car finally stops though. Wow.
Did you say what kind of car that was?
Yeah, it's a Mustang. They call it a Mustang E or something like that. I mean, it's
Mustang.
electrical hybrid Mustang.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, damn. Well, yeah. That's why I'm not a fan of
So it's a
full-on
self-driving car?
autonomous. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure it can. They offer that feature a lot of times. I've actually I got a rental once that had that, and yeah, it was a trip, man. Just let it go, and sort of like it sort of drives itself now. It wasn't advertised as able to do that. Like it's not one of its for like a Tesla, supposedly can be a self-driver. But yeah, dude, like it's kind of a trip, man. Now, what was scary was when I got into the construction zone and I had it on that, like it got confused as to where the lanes were because it's changed.
Right.
You know what I mean? And there was a moment there where it felt like it wanted to veer off the road for me. And I grabbed the wheel, of course, and got control. But I remember thinking, dude, I never want to really give up my my control over one of these things, I'll just stay awake and drive.
At the very least, have a hard switch that you can pull the power on the thing.
Yeah.
Someone decides they're going to hack it and kill you, right?
Yeah.
I don't trust this shit.
You know, there's that reporter.
The modern cars.
Uh-huh.
Even like my boss there has a Rogue, one of those Nissan Rogues, which turns out I think they're kind of shit.
They are shit.
They have those transmissions.
Oh, the CVT, yeah.
Yeah. And but all kinds of them now, you don't have a real key. It's electronic shifting, so you can't force it in or out of any gear, right? That's electronic. Everything's electronic. The steering's electronic. You can't feel the road as well, which means more in the snow, honestly, in the ice. But no, I can't stand it. I feel like I'm not in control of the thing the same. Like I just don't think. But I also spent all my early years driving a 5-speed, right?
Yeah.
Where you're directly there in control of it. and I used to do crazy shit for years, and I just can't imagine like not being in control. Like, it's
You know what's
just
weird
messed
is
up.
I think they're building cars, Noble, with, and I may be wrong about this, but I think I personally own one, but I think they're trying to build cars without like a direct link. It may be illegal to do this, but I think, I may be wrong, they might have come up with like shaftless, like, drive shafts. And I think they could come up with like maybe like brake systems that actually use like some sort of Wi-Fi or like some sort of, remote capability to actually, that way you don't have to use hydraulic lines, because again, this is all in the sake of less oil, more, more green, less toxic, parts on a car, whatever. But I wonder if they've come up with that with just like almost like a drive-by-wire type brake system.
Sure, electric brakes.
Yeah,
Why not?
electric brakes.
Full electric, yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
probably
motor.
have them. I don't know if it's actually there, but I could see them, at some point probably wanting to go to that.
It's a good point, though. We're still on hydraulic brakes. It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
It's kind of old school.
Yeah, you think. Anyway, well, good show. Thank you all for being a part of this one. Let me see, just go through the comments real quick and just kind of call a couple people out. We have Trick Willis, Benjamin, Grand Tour Richard. We had Katie is with us here, Mike Bauman, Sherry D. Who else? A lot of the same ones commenting. Let's see, go back a little bit here. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you all, man, for hanging out with us tonight. We'll be back with you guys next week, of course. And you guys take care. Have a great rest of your week. Good night, guys.
Good night, everyone.